Have begun the stream. Let's see if it is ready for us. Thanks, folks. Welcome to another rousing round of Rodinia. It do be like
Yes.
that.
It do be.
I'll turn myself up just a little bit if I can. Cool. Move that camera closer.
Emoji in the title sending me.
Nice. All right. So, hello. Welcome back, everyone, for another session of How Not to Keep People Alive. I'll be your host. I don't remember writing that. Two hands, before we begin our grand adventure, who do I have the pleasure of playing with this fine evening?
Hello everyone, I go by Aludriea Luna. I'll be playing Anvazol Erlenor this evening. Probably one of the very few humans in this city, and probably for the best. There are going to be many war crimes. If Anvazol is able, there will be many war crimes happening this session.
Boy.
Yes.
Boy's got commitment.
And I am Joe, and I will be playing Boric Rios. Some to his dismay and unwillingness, he will also be committing war crimes as well, alongside Ambazol.
You can say no, but you drank the forbidden fruit.
Yup.
Yeah. Hello everyone. I'm Sharkbait, and I will be playing Echo, the Fey Blood Ranger, who probably would prefer not to commit war crimes, but is here to support his friends. And that's his main concern.
Nice. Oh, and by the way, I don't know what I was thinking the other session. You totally have that dagger, the one that you killed Neotra with.
Oh, is it the one in my picture?
Yeah.
Bro? The foreshadowing?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, that's tough. You hate to see that.
Plot twist, that picture was taken when he carved her up.
No, he was but a child when that happened.
Oh, oopsie. It's just one of those things that just slips your mind.
Yeah.
Oopsie daisies.
Oopsies.
Oopsie daisies is correct. You'll have that.
So, the session began amidst a tenuous truce between the Priarch and the Stormcrows. The Priarch asking again about the cat god Milkutia, and thus they explained their involvement in the initial deal and their willingness to break it. Catching up on the Stormcrow's involvement with the Raven Queen through Iwi and the Prince of Frost and Darkness, Echo spoke up that there was an unknown connection between his mother, Neotra Ciota. The Priarch knew that old name, Lady of Dread Omens, Queen of the Shadow Glass. Orin believed the Raven Queen used him as a messenger to warn the Stormcrows that the spirit continuum was in danger, and that he knew of an old plan, a plan based on an ancient pact, that if anything happened to one of them, things would be put in motion. He believed part of their journey has been related. However, the Priarch was not satisfied and wanted more information. Echo intervened, saying, "We're telling you all we know." And the Priarch said, "It's not about what you know, it's about what you don't." Looking through Orin's memories, the Priarch kept looking at Echo with concern, promising to Echo that he could explain later, but not here, not now. Anvazol mentioned the families above were in dire straits. They have forgotten their past, and the humans prey upon them, selling them weapons of war and perpetuating bloodshed. A little bit of sturdy ore would go a long way in securing their independence. asking what the Mind Witch would want in exchange for that information. The Mind Witch wanted to be free. After all, it has been said and done, and the Raven Queen has been extinguished. He asked for Bori to take his powers away. Anvizal instructed the ghouls to hunt down the resources. The Mind Witch said that regardless, we'll need more soldiers. That there was a prophecy long ago by the hobgoblins that the Ulragak would bring together the scattered families and awake the forgotten history of their people. The Priarch demonstrated his control over the fallen hobgoblins, allowing his purple eyes to wink off. Within instants, the 6 previously stated hobgoblins around them were within lunging distance, no longer purple eyes. Was it a threat? A warning? Both? Just remember, when I go, so does their control. He reached inside himself, telepathically, and brought forth immense power, radiating purple down his veins of his neck. He flexed his iron-corded muscles. 2 battalions of fallen hobgoblins, 2,000 strong, began a slow march to the surface. A sea of purple eyes glowing in the distant dark. Bori wanted to know what they could call the Priarch, noting the baggage and the negative weight and attention to the name. He proposed a play on the Jamuni akin as Jamin. Lolth appeared in their midst, upset, saying she'd lost a bet, ranting that there would be consequences, that she'll need many drow to recoup her losses. Anvizal gave her a cryptic reassurance as she left. The group left the ancient city and ascended back up the wall. This time, after building an image in his head, the Priarch, now known as Jamin, altered reality, avoiding an encounter with the spiders on the way up. Upon arrival at the surface, new pillars of smoke on the horizon were seen to the south in Darkblade territory. Rushing back, they found few in the war room. Minutes later, a mysterious hobgoblin entered, who waited at the bar silently. When confronted, they only asked to speak with Atreus and Vitril. He didn't seem to know of the Stormcrows or of Anvizal's lineage. Anvizal figured out their visitor was a Darkblade, asking if Stormcrows were local birds. Bori reached out to the family heads using distant voice, and it sounded like they were in trouble. Anvizal located Vitril, who sounded it most dire, using Find Kin via Mogra, and saw him at the base of one of those new pillars of smoke, coming from Darkblade territory. After hearing the frantic communications with Vitril and Atreus, the Stormcrows asked the mysterious hobgoblin more directly about their message, and he revealed it was about a ceasefire and a surrender. The Stormcrows appeared to save Vitril, leaving Jamin and Mogra behind. Jamin saw them off with a look of concern as Mogra's eyes sparkled with 1,000 questions. The party found him and other guards pinned down in an ambush in Darkblade territory. A fierce battle broke out, with the Stormcrows routing the ambushers and leading Vitril to a safe retreat. Coming back to the war room, the mysterious hobgoblin awaited patiently. Then returned Vitril and Atreus, covered in blood and angry. Their hobgoblin forces had been ambushed as they massed to advance into Darkblade territory. Their support drow were missing, and they had lost 40% of their men in a surprise offensive. The mysterious hobgoblin ready to offer his message, which called for the cessation of hostilities against the Darkblade family and surrender to them, calling the Bloodfangs and Splintershafts out on their drow lackeys and claiming heresy and misuse of Ravgoth's will, ending with an ominous threat and warning. Bori received a message from Malak Ha-Havet. Jamin initially blocked it, claiming the Raven Queen was trying to contact him. Bori assured him it was not the Raven Queen, but both were then curious why the signal was so familiar. Malak promised an explanation later, and urgently motioned Bori to deliver a bold message to the hobgoblin. To sacrifice lambs and paint their doorways with its blood if they submit to their rule and wish to save their lives, telling them not to leave their houses tonight lest they be doomed. Night at the Splinter Shaft estate. Jamin the Priarch asked Echo if they could speak in private in the courtyard. He commented that he could tell Echo and Orin were close, and that things like this were best said sooner than later. When he was searching through Orin's mind, there were memories entwined with Echo's, and he found something he just couldn't ignore. He warned it would hurt, but Echo said they were ready, and have been waiting for these answers. Jamin the Priarch took Echo into the memory, and in this memory Echo was a young child, playing in the field in his hometown, the Burrow. And Echo recognized this was the memory he could never recall, a dark and murky memory of pain. A beautiful fae appeared before her, flying out of a frantic portal. Weak from a mortal wound, she waved away Echo's attempts at stabilizing her, lifting a dagger instead, saying, "Save my baby." Jamin offered his condolences as Echo remained alone outside. Bori lying on his bed, half anxiety, half dread, mulling over the threat he made on behalf of this Malak Ha-Mavet. And then the angel of death came to him, his breath visible in the cold night. They floated in between the ethereal realm and the material, visiting all Darkblade homes who did not have the blood of the sacrifice above their door. Several times Bori hesitated, wishing to know why this judgment must occur. The angel of death reminding Bori of their earlier words that the Darkblades must fall in line or perish. The two swept through the Darkblade district inexorably until dawn. Malak Ha-Mavet was not pleased with Bori's hesitation, stating he wasn't ready. Bori drew a line and demanded to know why Malak and the Raven were so similar, and what he was truly fighting for. The angel suggested it would be easier to show him. Bori found himself having been Bori-bust. Two angels, dark angels, faced against each other in clouds of amidst falling debris, wind whipping at their cloaks as streaks of ash, smoke, and stone rain past them, sword and scythe drawn. In the memory, Malak confronted the Raven Queen, who raved about an empty throne and an empty kingdom. Malak stood firm against the storm, casting judgment upon her for trying to control the souls they were sent to reap. The Raven Queen's laugh was bitter, a sound swallowed by the wind, lamenting it mattered little, since there were no souls to rule, and no ruler any more. Malak's resolve remained unshaken in the memory, raising his scythe, cursing that she would walk as a spirit among the continuum of souls she sought to rule. The storm roared, their words hanging heavy in the air as they prepared for the inevitable clash. One last battle amidst the ruins of a world undone. The memory faded. Bori was alone with his thoughts, head spinning. The butcher of Darkblade. Anvizal Herlenor reached out to the presence in his mind, asking for guidance with this seemingly impossible task. A book near him opened. His hand began writing on its own as he slipped into unconsciousness. So we resume. Mute. Mute, I said. Okay. Where are we at? What vehicle? Yeah, what building are we in? We're in the estate. Hotel Splinter Shaft. You can always enter, but you can never leave. Who we starting with?
Bori would
Absolutely.
probably be the one that is up the earliest. as is probably normal, making breakfast for everybody, but he is more quiet and more focused on making the food than chatting with anybody that comes in. Even like what's her name, Mergen, if she comes in, or Atreus, if any of them come in, he's making the food and then giving them the food and not saying anything.
Focused.
More like he's trying to distract himself.
So, the only person who's up and cognizant in this area of the house is actually Iwi.
Nice.
Yeah. Iwi will check in on you. Hey, man, you look like shit.
Thanks, Yui.
Thanks, bro.
Thank you. Here. And he hands him like a plate of like eggs, bacon, and ham.
Try some of it. You know, you're pretty good at this.
It was something I always liked doing.
Ever think about just going home? Say, forget it all?
I think that would be a little more difficult now. It's a lot of the revelations. We haven't had a lot of time to catch you up, have we?
I'm sure there'll be time. But not much. He motions outside. Roll me a perception check.
18.
All right. It's a layer of snow on the ground. And with that, we pan off to who? Echo or Anvizal?
Anvizal's just slipping out of the kitchen with some orange juice, as he's wont to do. So yeah, the first thing Anvizal's going to be doing in the morning is checking his book, because his arm was acting up something fierce right before he was going to bed.
Who's acting up? So,
this is a really obscure thing to say. Don't take that out of context.
Your journal has what looks to be a complicated set of instructions to craft a seemingly mundane item. A silver cage.
Well, congratulations. This is going pretty high up on the priority of things to be building now.
Yeah.
So of these seemingly kind of mundane items, would I recognize any of them of being arcane in nature? Just in terms of like, hey, that's the component. You know? Or is this really like this just seems perfectly mundane? Totally up to you.
The instructions are basically, a D&D IKEA set of instructions to build a small silver bird cage about this big.
Okay.
And it notes like alloy percentages and...
Oh, that's actually really handy.
It's pretty detailed.
So with that, GM, who would be, of all the contacts we've made in Calculi, who would be in the best place to like bring this to? Would that be something I like have a conversation with some of the leads of the town, be like, hey, I need this made, do you know a guy? Right? Because we don't quite know any smiths. Like, we've got an alchemist from the Goblin, we've got like the fat guy who probably has some smiths, but not him directly. We've forgive me, I don't mean fat. I mean Larguus, the Larguus man. But I don't think we know anybody who would be that direct contact of like, hey, can you make this, right?
I'd say that you can think of two folks that could at least get you in the right spot. One who definitely knows a guy, and one person who probably can put the person on the task.
Okay.
Sandusky probably knows a guy. And the person who could probably put this on a docket would be Vitrill. Their jewelers are currently wrapping up the Ring of Twilight Glacial Blue.
Okay. Vitrill it is. Listen, I'm not doubting that Sandusky knows a guy. I just don't think he's the guy.
All I'm saying is he knows a guy, and
I'm
that's...
not trying to go for that Sandusky special right now, alright?
You just give me
And that-
10 minutes, and I'm gonna whip something up, man.
Sure you would!
You hear this spray paint can going in the back?
Oh my goodness gracious. Yeah, no. Absolutely not. So I guess... perfect. I'll head out to the, I'll close the book, put it back in my pack, kind of do a quick inventory, try and rub the tension out of my bones, and I'll work my way to the kitchen.
Nice.
I've got what I need. I'll be eventually looking for Vitrill, but I'll just be kind of taking in the day. Today is the day the Prince of Frost and Darkness is supposed to be here, right?
He's supposed to be coming sometime soon.
He's supposed to be coming soon. Okay, so...
They said he'd come in 3 days. Midnight, 2.5 days ago. So it's like...
Okay.
Ooh,
So he's supposed to be here soon. We don't know if that's
soon.
3 business days or if that's 3... Yeah.
This is also info from
Yeah,
Dark Elves.
Yeah, we don't know if he had overnight shipping, like...
Shipping is crazy.
Am I wrong?
No, you're right. You
Listen,
absolutely right.
Listen, that cross-plane shipping is bloody expensive. Alright, so yeah, I'll work my way out to the kitchen and probably just try and banter at Bori, who just looks shook, I imagine, like... Today should be the day. I imagine we have to deal with the Dark Blades, and on top of everything, the Prince of Frost and Darkness should be here. Dark Elf companions betrayed us. Hopefully the quarrying came up with something, but that's for the future. And ideally they'll have the ring done just in time for whenever he arrives, in between the coup that we're trying to settle and the what is likely to be slaughter of an entire bloodline. But how are you, Bori? How'd you sleep?
Give Bori an insight check. I'm rolling a deception.
I'm just cooking eggs, man. It's too early for this. Insight's gonna be a 19. Actually, yeah, that's a 19. It's the highest insight check I've ever rolled.
At the mention of the Dark Blades and talking about wiping out a bloodline, Bori just his whole body locks up while he's flipping some eggs. He's like,
Emphasis will come over and he'll give you a rub on the shoulder, you good, man?
no, I'm okay.
A pause on the conversation right there is perfect.
Perfect. Perfect.
You good, man? And then we pan to
You
Echo.
good, man?
Echo, good morning.
Echo is lying in bed, straight on his back. Bro is not sleeping. He's just hanging onto the covers,
Can you walk me through what
more
happened last night?
flashbacks in his eyes.
After you just sat down in solidarity on the stone bench in the garden, walk me through what happened in timeline of events.
Yeah, sure. So yeah, after he sat there for an hour, 2 hours, he don't know. He's just sitting there. He gets up very calmly, walks back into the room, and lays down in bed, and just is laying. He's laying. He might have drifted off. We don't know.
Why don't you roll me a wisdom saving throw?
Great point. Solid 11.
Why don't you roll me a constitution saving throw?
Or nor. 16.
You almost look as bad as Bori, but not quite.
It's that Fey blood.
Yeah, it helps.
Yeah.
Speaking of Fey blood, you wake up to Orin, who's just sitting on the floor. with his back against the wall, and he's just sitting there.
He's not even gonna move his head. He's just gonna look over, see what he can observe. Does he look normal?
Looks like Orin.
Great! Yay! It's Orin.
Should he look like something else?
No, just like, does he look like his entire world has been shattered into a million different pieces? Or is he chilling? You know what I mean?
He's chilling. You can roll me an insight.
Yeah. Like, did Jimin talk to him at all, or? 13?
He doesn't look angry, but, I mean, he's just... Something looks a little off.
No. Okay. So Echo's like this. He will just sit straight up. He's just going to, just look over at Orin.
Good morning.
Morning, Orin. How's it going?
Going all right, you know. I got my reverie in on the floor. You came to bed pretty late last night, and you were really struggling, tossing and turning.
Mm-hmm.
You seemed like you had a rough sleep, so I just gave you the bed.
Thank you. That's very kind of you. Yeah, this whole frost giant thing. Well, all right. I should be up and seeing the boys, and he's just going to like start getting ready, like kind of quickly.
Before you get out the door, he grabs your pant leg. Just gives a little like pinches the cloth of the pant leg on the ankle, catches you before you go. I saw you last night talking with the Mind Witch very late. Everything okay?
Okay, Echo just kind of looks down and he's like, if I'm being completely honest, he had a bit of a scary chat with me last night. He disclosed some information that I'm not sure, whether it's true or not yet. I'm not sure what's happening. If you could give me some time to process this before I tell you, that would be ideal.
Did he hurt you?
No.
Good. Thanks for telling me what you've told me. Okay. All right. I can give you some time.
I appreciate that. And then Echo's just gonna like speed walk out of the like oh. And then he's just gonna slide into the kitchen. Hey guys. Bori, you look terrible. How's it going?
You look as bad as I do.
Yeah.
I saw that you were hanging out with Jamin. How did that go?
So bad, actually. Just literally the worst. And I think I would prefer to not hang out with him anymore. I don't like it. You know what I'm saying?
don't like him.
Do
Echo, if you want to talk about it, I'm here.
Oh,
Yeah.
you Amazon.
I am here as well. I'm always.
You want to roll deception too? No. Just pick it up on all the bad.
Orin pops his head in. Hey, so I'm gonna go to the war room, get some food. You guys want anything?
Who was that?
Orin.
Orin.
Yeah.
I'm making food here. Do you not want anything?
I was thinking about getting out.
Okay, fair enough.
Hey, I'm in the works of trying to figure out a way to mend your spear. I'll keep working on it, buddy. You stay safe out there. We'll see you soon.
I have an idea on that too. I just need a magic thread of silk. It might be easier to find than having to fix the spear. I'm pretty good with this stuff.
Silk?
I have an idea.
And Vasal's like, are you kidding me? We just stopped being friends with the drow. No.
Maybe I might be able to find one while I'm around. You know, I'll have a gander at what's left in the markets. It'll be fine.
What's left?
of the markets? Not.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I think that's where Mogra's at, right?
I believe so.
I think I heard something about Jamin going to be with her for a little bit this morning. So if I run into them, I guess I'll let them know if we want to link up and talk strategy. It's snowing outside.
No, it does not bode well. I
And
do not think we have much time.
Gonna peek outside. Well, at least it actually seems to be snow this time.
Roll me a perception.
Well, I mean, we'll see. It's either snow or it's 20.
Good roll. 20. So,
Evazal's seen a lot of burning corpses
seen a lot of burning corpses.
recently.
Yeah. So here's what you see with that 20. You look out the window across the city. The smoke has died down. It's quiet. The snow has just covered everything in clean silence. And this white radiance off of what looks like a pure scene. And the clouds, while they exist, you do not see any storm on the horizon, and you know what the supercell looks like from the last time that you ran into the Prince of the Frost and Darkness.
Oh shit.
No storm right now, just some clouds.
Okay. Well, that's good news. We've seen this before, and if I'm remembering the timetable correctly, we have a little bit before it gets here. We should tell people to batten down the hatches. The storm gets wild.
It gets a little frosty.
How bad? Just Orin goes back to business.
Yeah, how bad?
Ghosts will start appearing throughout the area. May try to hurt the individuals.
To be transparent, the Prince of Frost and Darkness represents a tear between the physical realm and the material and the immaterial. They seem to be a rupture between the spirit continuum of sorts. I haven't figured it out myself, but the spirits of the damned, the spirits of the lost seem to interact with our plane while he's around. The storm was not strong enough to topple stonework, but it was close. I imagine if you've got extra layers to weather a winter, you should be wearing them. And if you're in the center, nearest the Prince of Frost and Darkness, it is tolerable. But if you're on the outside, lightning, we should be watching for fires despite the snowstorm. And I expect there's going to be high casualties on the outside of town. Bringing people towards the center would be ideal. I think that's kind of how you had described it before, is everything around just got just wrecked. Like a crazy supercell, and I wouldn't know how to explain that as Amazon game.
Yeah. I think that's good, you know. That was the storm at level 1, you know, when he was barely incorporeal.
I'll say that, and That's when he was at a fraction of his power. I expect it to be much worse.
I'll let the leaders of the war room know. I'm sure we will convene on it. And he just bows out. It's just you guys. And Iwi.
Iwi, are you ready to
He's just on
uphold
the
your
couch.
end of... Mhm.
He's just like, so... That's all it
Are you
says.
ready to uphold your end of the bargain that you had? Also, we need to have a talk about the Raven Queen.
Ready to fight.
As War just sips his coffee.
I may not be the most capable fighter, the most powerful mage, but I will fight for what's mine until my last breath.
As a husband should.
I could just take the flower and go. There's a whole city here, guys.
We're not going to let you fight them on your own.
You could be
Yui?
rid of him once and for all.
Yui, I am gonna play devil's advocate here. I think you should go. You don't owe the Raven Queen anything. It's something we're planning on taking care of. You've got a life you've just been trying to live, and from my understanding, she hit you where it hurt. She took advantage of you when you were weak, and it doesn't sit right by me. I'd rather see you happy with your wife than risking your life now, when you're so close. Come on.
This is also true.
The problem is I need the flower to find her. And the Prince of Darkness will chase the flower as he has for years. It is a dichotomy that I can't avoid. All I can do is hope to come out the other side still alive.
Then
We could use the flower for bait. Keep it in the
Yes.
center of the city. We'll meet him at the gates. Stay safe. You've done more than enough, Yui.
Assure me that I can trust that if the city's falling apart, the world's on fire or freezing,
Both.
crushing darkness,
That too.
that someone might not just feel the shred of hope that if they break this glass, that all of their problems will be gone and that their lives will be spared and my hope will be forever gone. How can you assure me that the flower will be safe? I don't distrust you.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I would first I would introduce you to Sandusky, and then I'd have him introduce you to a nice rat hole where you could lay low, away from the prying eyes of the populace while we try. Well, this figuratively blows over. I don't trust the people of this city. I don't trust very many people at all. And nor do I think you should. You're right. You're absolutely right. But that doesn't mean you can't take steps to protect yourself and what's yours.
But about me, it's about being there to say I did everything that I could to protect the
Okay.
flower and to fight for finding my wife.
Good. All right, Yui. So what do you need to prepare?
I don't know.
I'm ready.
Should I face him with you? Should I defend the flower? What should I do?
Defend the flower. That's kind of what I'm thinking you should do. If you're not willing to let us take it, then at least make sure it stays safe so that we can properly deal with him.
if you are still wishing to fight him with us, then Stay as far back as possible, but still keeping an eye on your surroundings in case anyone wishes to take the flower from you. That is what I say. If you do intend to fight with us.
Think about our options. I could feel safe bunkered in the middle of the city with the flower, like you said earlier, if that's what you wish.
Yui, I can't make that decision for you. Something that's gonna haunt you potentially for the rest of your days. Come on.
This is your fight, my friend. This is your say. We can only give you options.
What will be the last line of defense? If it comes down to it, and if I can't protect the flower with my life, and all hope is gone, then I will do what I must. And he just... So what else is going on? Something's got you guys spooked. And I've seen things.
Well, should we let him in on a little bit of the plan, or well, probably the part revolving around the Raven Queen?
I love how you said that. You just over here. And I've seen things.
Yeah.
He's gonna point at Echo. You usually are pretty happy-go-lucky. Especially now that you've got Boy Toy Orin. Why the long face? What'd I miss?
Fuck.
Sorry, Amazon wouldn't break out into laughter. I just couldn't not.
Bori would. Bori does.
Go, we'll shoot a glare at Ori. Well,
Is he wrong?
Ori, not now. Super not now, actually.
Super not, yeah.
Echo will like look around to make sure Orin's gone, and he'll be like, "Okay, guys. So I talked to Jammin yesterday," and then he's going to sort of, like, in a bit of a hushed tone, relay what he learned
I
to
have
the
one
other
question
two.
for you.
And yes,
Where is Buster Call?
I would assume in the bedroom.
Okay.
Not on me for the morning because he's not like suited up yet.
Roll me a fate 20.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O. 4?
Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay. So he is going to like look around, and then he's going to relay in a hushed tone to everyone what he learned, and he's going to just say, like, this is just, I can't tell Orin yet. I don't know what the context is behind this. This is just a brand new memory that I haven't unpacked yet. I need you guys to know in case something in this battle goes wrong so you can tell Orin, because he has to know. Eventually.
Holy shit, Echo.
I know. It's horrible. This is literally why I left the burrow. Oh my god, it's so...
This is literally what could go wrong 101.
Oh, that's pretty heavy, bud.
Bah. Felt as if he is my soul.
Iwi's like, Yeah, you got me. I didn't have that on Rodinia bingo. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh God! And now I have to tell him, but I don't want to tell him before the battle because I don't want him to be distracted. And he needs to know.
That's a trope.
What's a
Yeah, it
trope,
is.
huh?
No, that's listen, I've read a lot of novels in my day. Not all listen, I don't only read spell tomes. I'm an avid reader. It relaxes me. It's one of the few times I can like slow down in my day. That's a trope. Not telling somebody before a battle. You should tell them because otherwise I think you might die.
That's why I'm telling you.
No, I don't
You
count. I'm not the
tell him.
person. I'm not the guy.
Yes,
I'm
this.
going to die, guys. I'm not gonna die.
That's a
Don't.
flag. It's
I'm not dying. But if I did, now you guys know, and you guys can relay it to Orin. Unless all four of us die, in which case that would be very bad. But also, I don't want Orin dealing with this like grief in the middle of like trying to fight the Raven Queen. You know what I'm saying?
Here's the thing: if he does have that grief, it will fuel him. It will fuel his hatred in that fight.
But it
It
wasn't
could
the
save
Raven
him
Queen.
against Raven Queen. Yes.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Wait, wait a
Um,
minute. Wait a minute. Niltra Siota, she.
do
What?
you
What if her soul went into the spirit continuum? What if something does happen, and she shows up in there?
or we could try and bring her back.
That would be.
it's two
Morally
interesting thoughts.
questionable. Listen, do you I'll ask you directly. Do you love Orin?
But we'll think about it for a second. He's going to say, "You're asking me a very complicated question
Not that complicated.
because, of course,
And
he is someone that I had known throughout my childhood growing up. And I also met him. How many days has it been? Like three days ago? I also met him 3 days ago / 4 days ago.
Reunited. Iwi chimes in. What's the difference? Met or reunited? It is the Orin that you met now different than the Orin that you knew?
No, but I didn't know I knew him. It
Hmm.
feels like you're meeting someone new.
Iwi
Though
just
these
opens the
memories
wine
that I've been.
cabinet.
Huh?
you don't talk to him like he's someone new. You didn't talk to me with such affection and love in your voice.
Jeez, Echo.
That's not what I was saying.
Bori is motioning to Iwi as he's going to the wine cabinet, holding up a wine glass.
He's
Like, come on,
got two
come on.
bottles in his
Oh,
hands.
No, he's
Bori's like, give, give.
He tosses you one.
It's
Yeah.
tough. He feels familiar. If that makes sense.
How do you think he feels about you? Iwi's just no glass, just bottle.
Same.
I
Ooh.
think I think he cares very deeply for me.
God.
I don't think he lost his memories in the same way I did for some reason.
It must be difficult for both of you.
Yes. Yes, and now it's even worse. Oh my god. Echo's just gonna like motion with the bottle. Please.
Bori passes it.
Oh Lord.
Is it worse?
Yes.
Tell me
A
more.
million times worse. Apparently, we've dedicated our entire lives to finding someone that.
So,
Oh god.
what I'm hearing, Echo, is you can continue wasting your life chasing after something that you know isn't there, or you can get this out in the open and you both can finally start to live together.
Look, I'm not saying that I will not tell him. I will. However, it can't be right now. Not when we're on the precipice of literally like a life and death situation. It can't happen.
Not with that kind of attitude, it can't.
Iwi chimes in again. Echo, I know that we haven't known each other long, but I feel like I have been on an incredible journey and adventure with you all. And I know that you've met a lot of new people along the way. Can any of them help or provide guidance or answer questions to support you to make the decision that you feel you need to make? You said you don't have all the answers. Who does?
Well, Jamin seems like he can go into my brain and figure things out. However, I think I need more I need more context. I need to know what happened back then. Because neither Orin nor I remember that.
So then Jamin can't help if you don't know or didn't. You only remember what you remember, right? Even so, I don't know if he's the answer. Who else could help?
Well,
I
he
can't,
only
but-
showed me he only showed me part of it. He said that there was more, but
But your parents, can they help?
yeah.
Your mom, your dad, the people in the borough. What would they know?
What about
They're
shit?
probably too far
Me
away.
as a player, I'm blanking on his name, but the other Fey guy, I can't remember his name.
Hold on.
The
No.
one that Bori made a deal
Very
with.
dark.
Eridark,
Very dark.
that's what.
I got
that's
you.
it. Yeah, I knew it was dark something.
I've got a
You're
whole
right.
spreadsheet
So
of like NPCs and names and interactions. I'm ready.
okay.
Bori's like,
Yes.
what about Eridark?
He might be the key.
Dad.
I suspect Dad, I suspect that he is very much involved with at least Orin's appearance in this world. So he may actually know what's going on. But he's been so he's been so clammed shut with all of his information. But my mother also might know a thing or two. It would require me to journey back to the burrow. But I need more information before I drop this on Orin.
Echo, we've only interacted with that guy a couple times, and you seem very scared of him. What's behind that? Curious.
Well, haven't you heard of the Verdant Ire?
Yeah, I have.
They're scary. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm all for the excellent work that they do in keeping the forest safe and free of intruders. However, I'm not completely blind to the different tactics they use and methods of keeping the forest safe.
Has he tried to harm you?
No, I don't think so. He there was also a memory that I had. He was involved, basically, is what I'm saying.
What
And
was the
I'm a
memory?
little concerned.
Do you remember?
I remember, I think he was involved in Does my character remember this? I think he does. I think Echo remembers this.
He does.
I think
I know you have it on your sheet. You have all the memories that you've ever remembered on your sheet.
On my sheet. That, like, Echo has remembered and not just me.
Right.
Yeah. I He's been involved, I think, in he's part of the reason why I can't remember things. I'm not sure if he's entirely the reason or only partially involved, but I am a little concerned that if I say something incorrectly that he might be able to do it again, which would be really bad. Quite bad.
Well, I know I can say with confidence, in good company, if you're afraid of something like that happening, I won't let anything slide. And I'm sure these two gentlemen feel the same way. Perhaps you were
Echo's just
alone
gonna
in the
begin
past.
like,
Not anymore.
thank you, Iwi. And he's starting to like tear up. He's like, Iwi, bow.
But
Get over here. And he's just gonna give him a nice little pat on the back.
he does the
Little rope pat.
Oh, the old shuffle.
But then he grabs
Oh,
you by the
yeah.
shoulders and he's like, ooh, he wipes his hands off and he grabs you again. Like, but you've got to have the confidence to find the answers that you need. We can't find them for you, Echo. This is your memory, and if you want to get it back, you have to take it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. I think clearly I've been just messing around for too long. I need answers. Which is why I don't seem so silly and upbeat today.
He's just a silly guy.
Oh, shit.
Just a silly Billy.
Just a silly.
Speaking
When's
of
Echo? Go ahead.
Speaking of not being silly and upbeat, Worry, are you good? While we're sharing,
Hell
More
of a way to ask that.
down more of the bottle.
that's a bad sign.
You're not doing the sip. You're doing the chug, 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 chug.
He
Yeah,
starts
yeah.
like flicking like macaroons at you.
Do we even need an insight check?
See, he
No,
usually dodges
absolutely
those.
not.
Something's wrong.
Do you all remember the message that I might have given the Dark Blade?
Yeah,
Uh,
I do.
Place sacrificial lamb blood above your doorstep or be wiped out.
Yeah, I figured that's kind of what we were doing today.
No, not today. I did it last night.
Samuel's face.
No, you went out without me.
I didn't do it alone. Malak had taken me out there.
The reference. What a great guy.
What an amazing guy.
Wow, what a fella. What a fella.
Yes.
You mean like out for a night on the town?
Yeah.
You're gonna have to be a little bit more specific here.
It was 50%. It was half of the Dark Blades, right, JM?
Yeah, man.
We
Half.
we
There's
went
1,000 people, dude.
we went throughout the Dark Blade territory last night. It kinda took all night, but let us just say the Dark Blades are in line, hopefully now. Only about half of them. About half of them still
Being
remain.
so cryptic, Bullry.
half of them remain?
Among the land of the living. With their souls still here.
You're certain about this?
I'm certain.
Then we strike now.
I don't think there's any need to strike. They have the head of the Darkblade family. They had only put the blood over their doorstep moments before we had gotten there. They did
Oh,
not believe
okay.
at first, but as
so
they
what you're
saw,
so what you're saying is the leader of the most vehemently devout to the Raven Queen, which we intend to make an enemy, and who said they would fight to the absolute last man, and are the sole representation of defiance in the city against our cause, is still alive. And you said we don't have to act now? Would you
they are
prefer
in
to act
line.
when the story? We're about to have a storm that could rock this city to its very roots, that could set it back hundreds of years. And with one ally already betraying us, right? Stabbing us in the back where it hurt and taking 40% casualties in some of the leading families, you're now saying that we should trust the remaining half of the enemy who ambushed and tried to kill us less than 24 hours ago. What, besides your word, what can you give me to say that this won't go that this won't be a catastrophe, and that it won't then cause issues down the line in terms of problems with leadership, uniting the hobgoblins, and potential assassinations? They're literally the bloodline of deceit and assassinations, Bori. And you're telling me that the leader still being alive through cowardice, like he would, isn't an issue.
True, but we are needing hands with that. Yeah,
How many dead? You said half?
I think
about
the real number
1,000.
is like 800, but we can just say 1,000 because it's easy.
Perfect.
About 1,000.
About 1,000.
The
So,
thing with that is we are needing bodies for the war. Sure, we are about to have reinforcements from Jamin, but we are still going to need people within the spirit continuum. We cannot just wipe out an entire bloodline,
we can.
at least the
And I
rest
think
of a bloodline.
we can, and I think we should. Because the spirit continuum that we're trying to destroy is supported by this bloodline. Would you wipe them out now while they're weak, or while they're stabbing us at the most critical point in our mission? Do you think this bloodline that will come into the jaws of hell with us will stay by our side when we say, by the way, we're planning on killing the person you're most devout to?
If we remove their leaders, they'll be disorganized. That seems like a good compromise for the time that we have. Which doesn't look like much time, by the way. I'm pointing out the window.
Yeah, Evazol, you're wrong. Before we went down and got Jamin, we were prepared to potentially kill him, or bring just him back. The numbers that we're bringing back from him alone more than offset the erasure of the Darkblades. The concept that you're working off of we need numbers is inaccurate. I agree with the premise that every helping hand is needed in these times, but I do not for a second think that they will be a helping hand. It has been in their bloodline to follow that we have sworn to take down, to dismantle and destroy. A change in hands for leadership might hold it for a little bit, but I'm not thinking about just the battle. I'm worried about the future. I'm worried about...
And what future do you foresee? Do you just see a future with dead bodies risen from their grave? All serving under one individual? One that defiles the dead and simply does not only
Bori.
sees those bodies as working hands? Is that the future that you see?
It's interesting that you should bring that up. I haven't mentioned raising any of them in this conversation, have I, Bori? Is that what you're afraid of?
But that
Is
is
that what
the
this is, Bori?
entirety of what your abilities are, is it not? Raising the dead, using them.
Tell me,
What
Bori.
what
When we
keeps you
walked
from
into that mimic ship and we saved that child's father, how many dead were at my side?
You had two, which they were both dwarves that had died in that very ship.
Indeed. And what was the result?
We lived, but they were already dead.
They were, weren't they? And we lived, so that we could have this discourse. Tell me, when we were fighting neck and neck in the Goblin Cave, when you were bleeding out on the ground and I was the person to try and patch you up, I was also
And then shove that pink powder that had annihilated my powers for a time.
Ah, that's true. I did do that. You have me there. I'm not the best in terms of a medical professional,
No, we don't
but
exactly have an actual medical professional, do we?
but it did
Probably
get you to
should.
here. Through the forest, through amaranthus, through pillars of fire, through ash and smoke, through the dead. Yes, I am willing to go that far, Bori. And it is only because I value the living that much. I would not go to these lengths if it didn't require it, if it didn't push me to that point of desperation. If you're worried about me crossing a line, look at the fact that I haven't raised anyone truly important to us. I let the cat lie. Didn't I?
Iwi's
You-
going to chime in.
you-
What does Echo think? I think
That's
we know
true.
what you both think about this matter.
Meh. What do you think, Echo?
I have a fear. My fear is that not all of the people who are in this bloodline are loyal to the Raven Queen. And when we make that generalization and we assume that all of them are loyal, then we run the risk of exterminating perfectly just normal citizens
What was
of
their crime
Calgary
again?
without a second thought.
The crime that they committed. Well,
What was the
What
crime
crime?
they committed? Being
yes.
born in the wrong place. No.
Sorry, I'm slow up to speed here. I wanted to make sure I understand the situation.
So what had happened was their head of the Darkblade family had essentially declared the war in a general sense and ordered surrender to the splinter shafts and well, the other name, I can't remember the other family's name at the moment.
Bloodfang.
Bloodfang. They had ordered surrender to those two families.
Okay. And then what happened next? It sounds like the family started fighting, right?
The families did fight. The Drow were supposed to take them out, or at least the ones in power. But
Take out who?
the Darkblades,
Which Dark
the
Blades?
Darkblade, the ones in power,
All
the
of
ones
them?
that were
All of
no,
them.
no, the ones that were opposing us.
Hmm.
Okay.
Don't you
If,
mince
and
your
if that was
words.
supposed to be all of them, then
That
so
was
be it.
yeah, yeah, that was so be it.
But the Drow pulled out, and they had attacked and tried to take out the two heads of the splinter shafts. And
They did do that, didn't they?
no,
If we wanted to try a more diplomatic route, we could offer. Well, didn't you already do that, Bori? Offer them
was what
salvation if they turn their backs on the Raven Queen?
that was what my message was, and that
What
was
was the
what my
message?
I will bring up the message again. Up, where did it go? Way up above. This is your last chance. Fall in line or fall forever. Elect a lamb for your families and slaughter. If you wish to be spared and submit to our cause, place the blood on your doorway. No dark blade is to leave their houses until the sun rises tomorrow. Those who do not abide will be sent to the spirit continuum. Essentially, forsake your god and join our cause.
They've already forsaken their god. I mean, I agree. I think the leaders probably didn't do that in earnest, but
So
They did it to save their lives. So
hold on. The leaders put it on after,
it was fresh by the time we had gotten there.
and 50% casualty rate.
Duh.
I can work with this. That's all.
let him cook. Let him cook.
I think. You see, I did get overzealous. I'm
No, I
glad
think
you
we
called
should-
me out there.
I think we should kill them for the crime of maybe committing a crime in the future.
Yeah, okay. I get it. You have a point. I do want to use the dead as a symbol to the living, though. You were right there. The fact that it gets under your skin, Bori, with everything you've seen, gives me hope.
It gives you hope that I might knock you on your ass if you go down the wrong path.
You won't have a very hard time. I'm not a big guy, Bori. I'd prefer we talk about it, though. You've got a big brain in there.
Maximum V8 brain.
Big brain.
Amazon's like, literally couldn't stop you.
Literally could not.
I'd get my ass beat, like, you right? I
Finishing
think
off the Dark Blades would definitely send a message. We don't
think that-
have control of what that message would be. It would either be, don't oppose us, ever. You see what happens. No mercy.
or we kill people.
Or we make promises that we break. You should fight us anyways. You have nothing left to lose.
I see
Are
what you
we
mean.
confident we are in control of the message that we send?
No. But I think we would be in control of those that disobeyed the original message. I think raising some of them and forfeiting the bodies would be good punctuation.
I think I should at least have a chat with those individuals.
Oh, can I be there? I want to be there.
But of course,
All things are possible in Calgully. Iwi's got 2
Ah.
bottles now.
mhm.
Aw.
Listen, this poor liquor cabinet, he's probably
Boris.
been working on this for
It's
like
been
30
ravaged.
years.
Like
Yeah,
the
it's
city.
Before he goes for a second bottle.
Hey,
No.
this is pretty good.
Now this gets to the other thing that I wish to speak with you, Iwi, about the Raven Queen. We are no longer in favor of her. We do not wish to get her out of the spirit continuum.
Oh shit.
I intend and
Didn't you guys have
Jamin
like a buddy bunny on the bottom of the lake?
Jamin and I have come to the realization that she wishes to use he and I. And that a lot of my life has been a lie. And for that, I intend to kill her in the spirit continuum.
Okay.
As does Jamin.
I should roll a wisdom saving throw
You-
as I think
you-
about life.
Emotional damage.
Oh. Oh.
Oh.
That's
Honestly, that checks
Well,
out.
Yeah, it does.
I mean, when it comes to gods and men, always trust the buddy by my side. You know him pretty well, right? This Priarch guy? He's your brother? Is he your brother? You
know,
called him brother
comically
earlier. I
enough,
heard you.
I think he's probably literally your brother.
Technically,
I think
yes.
technically we're the same person.
He's literally
Technically, we're both like
Oh,
the Raven
human.
Queen to a
tell
general
you
sense.
people not to walk my way, not to do this.
But anyways,
Brother.
this guy, it sounds like you trust him. It sounds like there's no reason to question anything he tells you. And it sounds like, I mean, it's pretty clear to me. Got it.
I love this response. Sure, yeah, whatever.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Sick.
That's so concerning
Gods,
on so many
man.
levels.
And their machinations, dude.
You big silly Willy.
And Echo, he told you stuff too, right? This trustworthy guy, the Mind Witch.
This trustworthy guy. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, he didn't tell me. He showed me, which was very traumatic. But
This is
it's
the bridge
fine.
guy, right? Bridge guy, right?
Did you seriously
Yeah,
just call him
yeah,
a bridge guy?
Guy. Yeah, bridge guy.
I mean, you're not wrong, but bridge guy.
Dude, this guy's too good to make stuff up.
No one believed me about the bridge.
I mean, we believe
Echo,
you.
I literally believed you about the bridge.
Yeah, we were literally on the bridge with
think
you.
so. Yeah, well, you three, you guys are given. You guys are given. No
Okay,
one else.
actually, no,
believed
you're right. Nobody did. Yeah, fireworks stand guy.
It made me very sad.
Dr. Pepler.
Yeah, Dr. Pepler literally lied to my face. Well, he didn't lie to my face. He was telling the truth, but it made me feel upset.
Telling his truth.
His truth was wrong. Anyway, yeah, bridge guy. Yeah.
Bridge guy.
Yeah. For me, with a lot of the things that he had said and shown me, things clicked. It made sense. I didn't have any doubts for it. There were 5 other Boris down there, Kiwi. All dead in various different ways, relating to sins.
Dang. He killed them? Or did he just find them?
They came to him intending to kill him, because they were other fragments of the Raven Queen that were sent there to kill him, but he was more powerful. And apparently I am the 7th one, the final one, the Wrath, and I was supposed to kill him, but I said, fuck that.
Like you just, yeah, like your evil clone. You're like, actually, we have a lot in common. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not feeling so good. I'm not feeling so hot.
What's wrong,
Mhm.
Echo? Other than
I just
the usual.
yeah. No, yeah. I just don't like this guy.
Who?
Bridge guy. He
Jamin?
sucks. Yes, Jammin.
no,
He's jacked, man.
I think you have a lot of reasons to distrust him, and I'm uncertain of him myself, but I understand what he represents.
Yeah.
That is.
Yeah.
Evie's like leaning in, like, oh no.
I'm cautiously optimistic, but I am ready. And Amosol gives that like dangerous look, like you know what that means, Fori.
Do you intend to kill him?
And set a legion of
Fallen?
yes, fallen. Forgive me. I'm processing. I don't have a bloodkin relationship with him, and he represents pride, which can be very, very dangerous. I want things to work, but I'm ready if they do not. Does that make sense?
It does make sense.
I
think I read that somewhere on a billboard in the city.
be soft, but be ready.
And with that, everyone roll me an Arcana check.
Oh shit.
Ooh. Magic?
21 for Bowery.
Whoa.
I'm gonna do.
You
my
are so
very
magic.
best. Like no one ever. 27.
Nice.
I was about to say, you better beat me on that.
I usually.
Echo.
Nothing.
Echo.
He's feeling the
lost.
arcane. Oh,
And
he's
it's all-
feeling it.
You feel it first.
Ooh.
Shaking. And then a magical buildup. And Bori, you feel the physical manifestations of the spell as you can feel the space around you smelling of ozone in the air. You can feel the static in the air. And Echo, that's when you notice. And you know, you're keen with smells. You smell smells that you remember. And they give you mixed feelings.
Is this the same sensation?
Ah, yes, ozone.
Ozone.
Is this the
What
same
more?
sensation that we had at the tower?
Which tower? Sorry.
Iwi's tower.
No. It's different.
Oh.
You see
I
a blue
feel so
mote
about that.
of light appear right behind the wine, right in front of the wine rack.
Shit.
And it starts growing, elongating. And you can feel the difference in pressure differentials between wherever this is and the air inside the room as you see everything kind of like push away and then
Ooh.
air gets sucked into this widening portal.
Nope. Get out. Run.
Everybody, yeah, Evazol's just gonna run. I'm pretty sure everybody. Portals aren't supposed to be a thing here!
Echo's gonna step back, but he's gonna stay.
You know what? What's on the table, GM?
What's on the table?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Like physically,
Evazol's flipping it and
metaphorically?
making a. Evazol's flipping it and making a barricade.
Oh god.
Oh god, is your response?
Iwi was like building some like Jenga-esque like stuff.
I'm sorry, little one.
Like you went for the table and as you're flipping it, you see like his little city like no.
Honestly, that's pretty bad, but yeah. Just the moment of regret as he sees it flipping.
No!
Just a face of like, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
And that's when you see vines start to grow and pink flowers bloom around the lip.
Yes.
And our favorite guy steps out of the portal.
Is he our favorite guy?
Debatable.
Everzal doesn't even look him in the eyes. He's looking past him like,
It's like,
where my
no.
girl? Where's she at?
Bori's got one of the empty wine bottles, and he's like about to throw it. He's like, oh.
He just puts a hand up like, come on. He's motioning for you to toss him the bottle, Bori.
Oh, this is the empty one.
Oh.
He'll toss him the one that still has
He
stuff
doesn't
in
know
it.
it's empty. Okay.
Oh,
He catches it. Okay. And he
tosses
steps
one
out.
that has some in it.
He looks He looks like he's been busy, very busy. You know, he's wearing combat gear. He's decked out more than usual, and that's when the servant girl walks in. No, I'm just kidding.
When does Calcut come back to us?
Calcut comes back to us new and improved.
It's
Yo.
so cool.
Oh, that's amazing.
Bro. She's ready.
So you can see that her time in the Feywild, 5 years, has actually changed her physically. She has sakura blossoms growing out of her hair, and she's got like a glimmer in her eyes that looks like just some of the glow that you've seen from folks that spend extended time in the Feywild. She's wearing new clothes that are in her usual style, but clearly made from fine materials, silks, fey silks. And she has this wild pink blade that little like sakura blossoms like pop off of, and that just float around her.
Wow.
That's so sick.
And Vizal's reaching in his bag for Bloodfang. Like,
Ori does like a whistle, like, "Woo," and then claps Alu on the back, or not Alu, Anvasol on the back.
He claps Alu on the back. It do be like that.
it do be like that.
For the stream, since
Okay.
it's too big for the stream to see, there's the icon.
Yeah.
Let's heckin' go.
Anyways, since it was, Alu's birthday, I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna make some really cool art for Calcut.
It's very cool art. Can confirm. Very cool art out of 10. Big fan.
Yeah.
Honestly, real big fan. It is now saved in my spreadsheet.
I'll send you the original if you want it. The
Let's
book.
go.
Spreadsheet
Yeah.
6.
Heck yeah. Yeah, Amazon's probably like giving a good look up and down, and then he's gonna run to her. She gets a big hug.
Aww.
Amazon is now boy wife. Now let's be real. The way she looks now, she could probably bench press him.
Probably. Oh,
The way
that's great.
God intended.
I love it. Good stuff, man. Yeah, she's happy to see you. She gives you a hug. I missed you.
Oh, a lot's happened. I have a gift for you.
Gift?
Presents Bloodfang.
She just grabs it, just one hand, does some like swings with it.
Yeah.
Not
Oh,
bad.
that's not the gift. And then he's gonna go in for a kiss.
Oh.
Oh, so
Aw.
cute.
Welcome
I
home.
love it.
There we go.
My boy.
My boy. Incredible. Yeah, like goddamn. You good timing. A lot's happened.
It's been a long time for us. I've been very busy training and becoming
Shows.
the soldier I need to be. I'm sure we have much to catch up on, as she just like walks to the window and opens the doors.
Literally on fire.
And she just stops. Dude, she was not here when the city exploded and the city is covered in snow.
A lot has happened.
You can just see her silhouetted, the cold winter winds blowing her battle garb, and she's just frozen looking at her city. She's looked at the city so many times from this window. She's been gone from home for so long, stuck with Dark of all people. And yeah, You can only imagine what's going through her mind. She's just silent as she just stares out at everything.
Yeah, letting it sink in. The city's at war, though we've mostly united the houses. Your father and the Bloodfangs still stand. The Bloodfang, well, the Shadowblades are nearly wiped out. We plan on wrapping that up soon. And the Prince of Frost and Darkness is at our doorstep. There is... Do you remember the plan? The ring? Right. Today's the day. I wish I could let you rest. But we need you.
He just
I need you.
smiles. And she hands you something.
Oh,
It's a crumpled and stained and torn piece of paper that is barely holding together.
Invisible open it up. Was this the piece of paper he gave her before she left?
Yeah.
Oh,
Chokes back his tears. Oh. Did it help?
I'll need a new one.
Big old grin. I'll work on that.
We have much to catch up on.
Let's start at the war room. Your father's there. He'd no doubt want to see you.
Okay. Eridark? What have I missed? And Eridark just chimes in.
Oh,
Bori? Report.
And Bori will go into like a detailed report of like what the hell has happened the past 3 days. The only things that he actively excludes.
What was the deal that he struck with you 2 weeks ago? He got you. I mean, you can break the deal. Don't get me wrong. I'm just reminding you that you made a deal with this Fae, and coin was exchanged.
Yeah, he'll go into a full report of what happened, including the butchering of half of the Darkblades, but he does not mention at all the conversation that Echo was having.
thanks. Big thank you on that one.
What do you say in lieu of that? How do you omit or exclude it? This is very important.
I gotta hear what you're saying.
He just doesn't make any mention of like that Echo and Jammin spoke, just in general. Like that they had that conversation at all.
Okay. 1 second. Roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Good.
As you are breaching the deal.
Gloria is definitely going to use Bolster Eco and give himself advantage on this. 14. That would have been
that advantage.
Good use,
Uh-huh.
a good use of Bolster Ego.
He's thinking it over. Then we made a deal a long time ago for me, but not so long ago for you. that you would give me an accurate and an honest accounting of events. And I feel there's something you're not telling me. And I don't know what it is, but you made a contract with a fae. Money, gold for your family. It was a very simple task.
The thing that I am withholding is not something that I have any say in speaking with you. It is something specific to Echo. Something that I technically should not have anything to know about. It is a conversation that the two of you need to have. It is
Then
not
why
something
didn't
I
you
need
say
to.
that?
I imagine he's got his dad voice on.
I know.
He takes a step closer to you. Don't you trust me, Borikrios? We're business partners.
No,
Full step
son.
closer to Cory.
Business partners, yes, but this is a personal matter. You do not mix personal and business things, now do you?
Not well.
Very dark.
He
We will
leans
talk
in.
later.
And he just kind of like looks at you as he stops leaning in. He just kind of bites whatever he was going to say. He just kind of... When is later?
Whenever you have time.
Looks around.
I know that's not... What was that?
He just looks around at the mention of, like, whenever we have time, like, I'm here, aren't I?
Oh,
Stop running.
dang.
Is this really a
What?
conversation that you wish to have with everyone around, revealing your own dirty little secrets?
Are you talking to me or to Echo?
To you, yes.
Nothing to hide.
Dirty secrets.
No, you've been keeping a lot of secrets from Echo. Apparently, you're even removing their own memories. For what? To what degree and why? We do not know. But you have your own secrets now, don't you, Eridark? Ones that you do not wish to share, duh?
Bori, why do people keep secrets?
Tell me.
Shame, fear, compassion, hope. Many of these things can be misplaced.
Then which emotion was it for you? For doing those things to Echo? Was it
Which one do
shame?
you think? Because I have a feeling you've already decided for me. Knowing nothing about me. And speaking to me in a tone that I don't quite appreciate, but don't have any rules against. We can go back. And he just like looks at the portal like, shit. I have more to teach. To help you all, I believe. And he just like looks around like...
No, you will not but just be helping us, you're also helping the rest of Rodinia. The Verdantire, Calgary, you're not just helping us. You take her back, you spend more time, you risk damning the rest of the world. Do you risk to really risk that? We don't have a lot of time, Eridark.
I think there are some personal things that we need to discuss. If you want to discuss them here and now, I'm happy to do that. If you want to discuss them later, I'm happy to do that as well. But I
Why don't
have...
we have a seat?
Dang. I hope he
Is that-
sits in the
He
chair
just
or
like flips this table up and just like picks up one of the Jenga pieces, just puts it on the table.
Oh!
What's this?
Sorry, buddy.
And that's where we break.
Ah, heck.
Oh, I forgot about break. Echo
Oh,
sad.
Echo said. Understandably.
I try to be really unsettling with Airy Dark. I think I do an okay job.
You're
at
doing a
it.
good job.
He is unsettling. I'm unsettled.
Color me unsettled.
Color me
But
unsettled, bro.
Calcutt's back and she lived.
Oh god.
Also, that is some sick art. Like, god damn. Goes hard. Art go hard.
It
Shit.
was
The reason why he's so unsettling is the reason why I'm having Bori be so confrontational with him. With the, oh, do you
Yeah.
really want to risk this? Like, you're risking everything by just
Big
walking back
priest.
in that portal. That's why he's calling him his bluff.
they are strange creatures,
They
man.
are dickheads. Don't you cushion that. I have a buddy who had his wife turned into a nurse slug by Faye. I don't know. I don't like him. And was also just over here in the corner, like, listen, man, I don't want anything to do with this. I'm not.
Yeah.
Listen, you brought my wife back. I'm good. Like,
He did.
I'm so excited. This is good timing. If we do get into fights, I finally have new undead that I can summon, and I'm gonna make it everybody's problem. Not
Oh no!
in a good way.
All right.
So,
I'll turn the break screen on. I'm excited. Maybe
Okay.
Echo will have some. Maybe Echo will find the courage to ask for the answers that he deserves.
He does.
He does. He does
does.
deserve.
We could stream it out another 10 sessions.
Uh,
So true. It's crazy thinking about like the time that has passed in this game because really like it has only been like
it's literally been like a 10-day, like at best.
Yeah, it's funny that like we all are on level of the journey, even though it's been a short time. It's worked too, other than just being kind of rushed in time. It's worked. It's been good. I'll see you guys in a few. Yeah, PTSD does that to you. A. Every dark chimes in. Did someone say icky? Wait, are we the baddies? Not yet. Oh no. Only winners get to ask that question. Oh shit. Yeah, man. I actually think that this is shaping up to be quite an interesting duality between like the different schools of thought towards conflict and morality. It, it, yeah. It's fun to try stuff out. And mac and cheese is it's too mac and cheese. Let me be clear. Mac and cheese is hard. Jesus is hard. Big guns upstairs. All right, so let's come back. Everybody ready?
Mm-hmm.
And we're
Yes.
back.
Your
Passover happens. Thanks.
Passover happens. We are so back.
So back,
literally so back. That's so true.
bro. Calcut is going to chime in a lot more confident and direct than before. At least, since a couple days ago. While I know I'm welcome in my own house, would you like me to give you some space to discuss whatever this personal matter is? Or would you like me to hear it too?
We can go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep. Boris,
Yeah.
do you want your space?
I would prefer this be a smaller conversation. I don't want it to reach the wrong ears too quickly.
I mean, granted, Envazal and I already know and Iwi as well.
That's not what.
At least the beginning portion of it.
Yeah, I'm gonna need you to take that information and look it up really deep.
Calcut gives you a knowing nod, and gives you a little little pat on the back hug.
Appreciate you, Calcut. And can I just say your kimono, gorgeous, beautiful. I love it. I can tell you've been touched by the Fae. It's gorgeous. Gives her a little.
She just smiles and she leans in. It's arrow proof. She just keeps walking.
Oh,
Yeah.
arrow proof. Oh my.
It's just me, it's a little hot in here.
She's souped up, bro.
Bulletproof kimono, it's pretty metal.
That's sick.
That's what happens when you train with the terrorists.
Oh yeah, it's all coming together. Upgrades, people, upgrades.
So, I'm gonna say that she heads off with Anvizal, and
Yeah, that would
Ori.
make sense.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You thought her grip couldn't get any tighter. She's just like got an arm on your shoulder, Anvizal. You're like, oh
God. Hurts so good. No.
god.
It is good to see you again.
Same. I have missed you all, and I look
We have
forward.
missed you.
I look forward to saving my people. I'm ready. We will do what we must.
Right, we will.
Give us some time.
Right? And Bori, where do you wander off to? I know where Anvazal's going. Where do you wander off to?
Yeah, he... Going to that bedroom, baby.
You might not survive, dude.
He might not. Death by snoo stew.
You know, that's a that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
Damn right. I guess Bori will just go outside and walk amongst the garden.
Nice.
Like he'll just spend some time outside.
Sounds good. All right, let's go back to Stanky Echo.
No.
Very Dark chimes in. You look like you've gotten stronger.
Well, it's only been about 3 days since you've been gone, but thank you. I appreciate that. Would you mind sitting down as well?
I'm already sitting. But
Okay,
yes.
all right. Yes, and I knew that, and that's why I didn't say that.
Very Dark, please. No.
He's just very tall.
He would be the type of guy to just stand until somebody told him to sit down, though. Holding his
Yeah.
cup, just...
Checks out.
He pours himself a drink, he pours you a drink.
It's on the table.
What's on the table?
He'll pull out the little card that he has and put it on the table.
What's on the table?
Oh,
The
yeah.
card that Eridark dropped.
Not Iwi's little castle. That's... So you pull out the card that he dropped, the real one.
Yes.
You got my message.
Yes. I need to know what's happening. I need you to be very truthful with me. I am tired of not knowing what is going on and having fragments of things return to me slowly. I need you to tell me what involvement you had in Orin's appearance here and in my memory loss. Please be honest and direct with me.
There are risks. I hear someone yelling for daddy. Where should we start?
To start with how Nitra Ciota got here.
I have kept much from you to protect you, and in the hope that I can change a fate that has not yet happened. I don't make any apologies for the actions that I took, because I know why I took them. As a GM, what was your question again? I just had like a brain fart. I'm like, yes, I responded. Now, what was the actual question? Sorry.
Ko wants to know, like, what happened. Like, he wants to know from step one, what went on, what Eridark was involved in. And he will also add, he will say, I cannot blame you for your actions because I don't know the whole story yet. I have been shown bits and pieces have come back to me. And that is the extent that I know. So I don't have any context. Please explain to me what is going on so that I can understand what is happening.
I'm sorry that bits and pieces have come to you. If I had it my way, you wouldn't have had to know until I fixed it, or at all, and you would have not have to endure what you have endured. I will start from the top, and you can choose if you believe me. I was a little younger. It was perhaps 40 or so years ago. 50. It's hard to remember exactly. There was a town you're very familiar with, the Barrow. A group of folk, ones that loved the forest, but were not fey kind like me. They found themselves lost and ended up creating a town with a shaky but persistent truce with the folks of the forest there. By the time the troops under my command, I was a lieutenant at the time, with the Verdant Ire, the people and the Fae were already coexisting. It was a precedent we weren't convinced could be sustained. And it wasn't my call, but the town was allowed to continue in the Verdant Ire's borders and became under the Verdant Ire's protection. I was assigned to oversee the protection of this town. Your mother was one of the leaders, as I'm sure you know. Their marriage was political. Fey and not Fey. It was bold, but it was a symbol meant to unify the people, meant to save the Alliance. We did not intervene, as that is a bit of a no-no. Again, the marriage was purely political. Your mother and I were close once, but it was a short-lived flame. After all, I needed to protect the town, and that was that. One day, something happened outside of the town. We were slow to respond because we weren't close by. There were other pressing matters, and nothing had happened to the town in some time. You all were safe, deep in Verdant Ire territory. But a portal opened, and by the time we got to that portal, there was a child there, and the body of Neotra Ciota lied before that child. That child was you. And it looks like you had cut the baby out of her. I don't know the circumstances, but it shouldn't have been you. There were old plans in motion. Very old plans. There is a prophecy about a king, one whose power rises with the raven. Have you heard of it?
I have, actually. I think.
You have. At a game you have.
Yes, I have.
There is also a curse. The curse of the Protector. many don't know. I was aware of this eventuality. I am the last in a long line of Fae who have sworn an oath to stand by and protect the promised day when that would come, when one would be born that would avenge the wrongs that the Seelie court have brought against the Unseelie, and to unite the two courts under one rule, so that this type of treatment that we have endured will not continue to grow and fester. It was prophesied that my blood would protect the promised king. I was confused when I found you in front of that Fae holding that child. It was a fated encounter that shouldn't have happened, and I knew that the only way that this could have happened is if the prophecy was coming to fruition and the curse of the protector has begun to be fulfilled, as my blood did, in fact, save Orin that day. Echo, I didn't know that my son would interrupt me.
No one saw this coming.
As the prophecy foretold.
Yes.
Satan's being very persistent. Wish he would have let me know what he needed during break time. But I don't know if I can change fate. But I have made a lot of decisions to try to protect you from the fate that I was willing to accept. Orin has been hunted since before he was born. He is the sole survivor of the Crimson Conference. Have you ever heard of it?
History check? Have I ever heard of it?
You may have. You can roll me a history check. I'd give you advantage on it because you got Faye. Because your mom's crazy.
Hell yeah. She's
DC 14.
wacky.
Oh!
15.
You know
Yes.
the Crimson Conference. You know that that the Unseelie High Court had a falling out, turned on each other, and they wiped each other out. And the Unseelie Court has just never flourished since, and has gone through cycles of oppression by the Seelie in many ways, politically, economically, etc.
Okay.
He's telling you that that the Seelies rolled in, and you have a memory that you remember of having a perspective of seeing that happen.
Yes. I do recall this.
You seem
Yes.
familiar with the topic. You know the truth.
I do. I do know the truth. I have seen glimpses of what happened, as well as, having been informed.
Then you can understand that the agents that orchestrated the events that led to the murder of Neotriciota have not stopped. And while time has passed differently in the Feywild for us, In the last 42 years, I believe, they have not stopped. And we have lived on the run. You were not safe to be associated with me. And I grew desperate enough in my struggles to keep Orin safe that I had him stay with the only person on this side that I knew. Trust is a strong word. But I knew your mother, and I knew that perhaps Orin could be safe with you. And so he was with you for those years. And when I was able to take him back, I took him back. But Orin is the promised king. He will be the king of the Seelie and the Unseelie. And you are currently cursed to protect him, to achieve that to your dying breath. I am trying to undo this curse. And it has got to a point where I cannot afford to not be directly involved, and so here I am. It seems that since coming to this place, this energy-infused domain of this Priarch, that you have begun to regain some of these memories that I tried to hide deep for your protection and Orin's. Orin will only continue to grow more powerful as long as the Raven Queen continues to gather souls in the spirit continuum. His essence, his power, his future is linked to her in a way that I don't know. It's very old. There was an agreement. Doors were opened, promises were made. Beings were elevated to the status of gods. Souls were exchanged, an ancient contract. There was an angel involved, and it involves the Raven Queen somehow, and Neotrasiota. But you have questions, and I have more to tell. But you have questions?
This is helping put a lot of things into context for me, so I appreciate your honesty out of game, I hope. In game. Appreciate your honesty. I do have 2 questions. Were you the one who sealed Orin?
Yes.
Okay. So you know to some degree how to seal this power that continues to grow as a result of the Raven Queen's parallel power that grows?
Just kind of like gives out a sigh. I was ready to be the protector and to take on the curse. I was ready to lay down my life to achieve this dream, this goal. I have faltered in my conviction when I saw you holding that dagger, knowing that every ounce of fortitude that I had was not, knowing that. And he just kind of, do you still have that deck of cards?
Of course I do. And he's gonna pull it out. It's very special to me. I've kept it with me all this time.
And he touches the deck of cards, and while he's touching the deck of cards, your hand touches his hand too while touching the deck of cards. And at this point, it unlocks another memory for you. We can do this in two ways. You can relive the memory as you would experience it, or he can tell you about it. Which one do you want?
Oh, that's cute. I'm going to choose to relive the memory.
Okay.
I feel like this is like a cute, like, quiet, like, father and son reunite moment. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
At least I hope it's cute.
Yeah.
I now have to wrestle with the fact that my father has committed probably war crimes, numerous war crimes, but it's fine.
A lot of
Not
war crimes.
probably has.
But
Yeah,
the
no.
forest is still there, buddy.
No, it's on the record. There's no sense down here.
Yeah, it's all written down.
Do you know what his weapon is?
What?
It's an axe that he picked off of some people. Like,
That's
how
pretty
poetic
brutal.
is that?
That's actually, I'm here for it. You know what? All right, Eridark.
Yeah.
You're growing on me, bud. Like the verdant forest. You're growing on me.
Just like the verdant forest.
All right. So, you are sitting in a field of white flowers streaked with crimson. You are caked in blood. It will not come off. You try to hide it. You roll in the dirt. You rub yourself with brass. But no matter what, you can still feel that sensation of warm blood splashing all over you. You hear someone calling out your name, and before you can hide, 3 Fae appear. You recognize them as protectors of this town. The 2 in the back whisper to each other in grave tones. Is that who I think it is? Yeah, that's her. Eridark, looking a little younger, maybe a little less stressed, falls to his knees in front of you, and just in a lamenting tone asks, "Why are you here, little one? No. You bear the blood mark of the protector. I know this prophecy. I know this curse. It was mine to bear. I swore my blood would bear it." And his voice trails off as he gazes into the forest toward the direction of the burrow. One of the warriors interrupts. "Scrying eye detected. Dispelled. We are hidden, but the child and the baby are not. They have seen his face, Eridark. Echo is no longer safe as he is. You say you know this child." And you just see his eyes just like looking back to the burrow. "Yes, I know this child now." As you can see things clicking in his head. One of the Fey soldiers behind him responds, "Captain, they are reopening the portal." And Eridark looks at the gruesome scene. "I need 5 minutes to set this right." The warrior beside him puts his hand up to the rift, which has begun teeming with energy again. "I can give you 3. His head whipped back, and his blood dripped from underneath his Fey mask. The warrior raised his other hand forward, straining. "Make that 2. Eridark extended an open hand towards the other warrior. The line between realms is currently blurred around the portal. The Raven Queen's hold on her soul may not yet be absolute. Hand me the stone." And the other verdant ire warrior begins to protest. "Sir, it..." Eridark cuts him short. "I know it's the last one." He just curses, says something about wishing someone who walks, some walker was still around, and activates the carved stone. His hand glows with a yellow light as it becomes partly spectral. Eridark grabs at the air above the body at Echo's feet and snatches a single golden thread and begins to pull. The warrior at the portal shouts back calmly with an edge of concern, 1 minute. Aridark, while you're watching him, calmly stares into a spectral figure and speaks. Archfey of the Gloaming Court, Neotra Ciota, the Queen of Shadowglass, Lady of Dread Omens, release your grip on this child's fate. He is too young to be involved with the prophecy of the King and Queen and the curse of the Protector. The curse was to be undone by my blood. And his face went white as he looked at the dirty blood-covered boy, exclaiming, "Oh, no." An ethereal voice responded, "Now that Orin is king and I am dead, the boy's fate will be certain. Their stories are already entwined." And you see a moment of inspiration flash across Aridark's eyes as he quickly begins patting down his pockets with his free hand, desperately looking for anything, something, mentioning, "Curse the Runewalker, they don't make them like they used to." He finds a single item on his person, a deck of cards. Looking into the spectral figure that he has gripped, he says, "He's not a king yet, not while I still have your soul." The deck of cards glows. He slams his hands together in a flash of blinding yellow light. After that, the memory's murky, but you're on a Vesper wing, and you're holding on to Aridark. And you remember the rest, at least on your memory sheet.
She's not dead yet. Okay, that's not what he says. Ooh, Echo's just gonna like jerk back away from the cards for a second, and then he's just going to like look at the cards and then look at Aridark, and he's gonna point to the cards like she's still in there type vibes. You know what I'm saying?
Now that they are complete, yes. I'm sure you can understand why this is not something I could have told you. Please hang on to this and protect that it's the soul of Neotra Ciota. It might be the key to our salvation. Nor could I have it on my person, lest I be captured and all hopes of preventing this be doomed.
Yes. I understand. I know that sometimes the actions of I grew up with ideas that seemed like they were different from those of people outside of the borough, so I can see where you are coming from. This makes my second question even more important. Do you know what happens to the contract and Orin and Nyatra Ciota's soul if the Raven Queen is killed? Is erased?
That's a strange question.
Asking for a friend. No.
We are about to enter. Yeah, he's gonna clarify. We are about to enter a battle where things could go south very quickly, and it is of the utmost importance that we know what happens. And we cover all angles.
Did I say what happens if the Raven Queen dies?
Yes.
What happens to Orin?
Yes.
I don't know. He's just gonna try to remember the prophecy.
Conversely, what happens to the Raven Queen and everyone else if Orin dies? This is very fragile.
All I know is that a new king will rise to power to rule the Sealies and bring justice to those that were wrong. Do you know the second verse? His power will rise with the raven. In life,
Yes.
he will bring untold destruction, and in death, he will bring salvation.
Salvation. Interesting.
In days of yore, a fey king shall arise to reign over seelie or unseelie courts, and wield his scepter with impartial might, dispensing justice to the wronged and the lost. His power, like the raven, shall ascend, a harbinger of fortune, dark and grim. In life he'll sow destruction far and wide, yet in his death salvation shall begin. I don't know what will happen, but I know that it was my job to protect him. He's not a king yet. And I want the power to save the forest. And I want the power to have a united Fae. I don't know if I have the heart to do what must be done. I am playing very, very dangerous game, and that is why I sealed him. There were circumstances that only solidified my feelings on the matter. He was 12. He grew tired of me protecting him and not letting him go anywhere, and didn't understand why we were always on the run. He escaped. He ran somewhere at Green Chapel, somewhere deep in the Verdant Forest. He came back a different person. Orin, the Orin that you know, is like a ghost. It's fragments of what bubbles to the surface. But the real Orin I met that night when he came back, and he almost killed me, saying that he's been in prison this whole time, saying that I am keeping him from his destiny, saying that I don't have what it takes to do what must be done. I sealed him. Are those seals still on, Echo?
Most of them. um, there was one that was lost, but most of them are still on, from what I know.
There's someone else inside of Orin. Someone darker. Someone more powerful. That someone is the Faded King.
Mm.
He goes by a different name, but he won't tell me. I've only spoken to him once, that faded night, 30-some years ago.
Well, is there has to be a chance for Orin. Orin still has to be in there. There has to be a chance for him to fight this king.
We have the soul of Neotriciota. You have a necromancer. And you have Orin. Orin doesn't know it, but he's incredibly powerful. He can't use all his power right now. We could bring Neotriciota back to life. We could resurrect her. You know where she's buried, don't you?
Must.
Favorite spot when you were a kid, where you hung out
That's
all the time. A little cairn of rocks in your backyard.
Oh, that's diabolical.
That is.
Remember that time when I asked you, if you liked the cairns?
What? Yes. Yes. I think I should talk to Imbazal about this. I think he'll be excited about this.
He's going to lean in. We must take care to not emotionally damage Orin more than necessary right now. Unless you want an encounter with the other.
I understand. And I also understand that you have kept things from both me and Orin for a long time. At the same time, I think it is important for him to know what is going on.
The other Orin doesn't trust me. Maybe he'll trust you. After all, you are the protector.
Right.
Orin was always born to destroy the spirit continuum, to set the Raven Queen free. And in doing so, a series of events will start to unfold. How they unfold may yet be changed.
Well, unfortunately, we have very little time before this whole encounter begins. So, we should definitely prepare for the worst. There is another prophecy about the traveler that says that the way that this king, who I'm assuming is Orin, is treated will change the outcome and may change fate itself. So
Do you think
let's
you can do
be
it?
cautiously optimistic.
Echo, if anyone can do it, I believe you can. And with that, unless you have more to ask him,
Those were his two big questions. He's just going to slide the deck. Eridark's not like taking the deck with him, right? Or okay. Echo will like
Jeez.
slide the deck back into his little pouch or wherever he had it. And he will actually give Eridark a quick hug. Hugging.
Aw.
And he will just say thank you for protecting me. Let me take it from here.
Let's go.
Roll me a perception check.
Shepib. Watch him roll a 2.
Give
What
you
a
advantage
terrible
on it.
day
You're
for
right in
rain.
front of him. Yeah. What a
Terrible
terrible day for rain. It's exactly where I was going
17.
with that.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh.
it's raining in here. Some snow got inside.
Just gonna pat him. Pat.
Maybe one
Sadness. And then he's going. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
day. He kind of trails off, you know.
I'm going to go find Andazal and Bori. Wait, no, I'm going to go find Bori first. I'm sure he remembers the one day
Remember Simba. You know, it actually would have been super on brand for Echo to go to Ambazal's from first. He's just like, fucking
Andazal. Hello. Yeah.
crawls into bed. Like,
Just hearing.
No.
I'm gonna go
Erm.
find Bori and consult with Bori on this.
what the
Or he's
fuck?
just outside doing like the stereotypical like telekinetic just
Bori
Oh,
floating
needs
yeah.
there.
to meditate. Bori needs help. Okay, I'm gonna find Bori. That's me walking.
You find Bori.
Bori! Bori!
Oh,
He like takes him and he's like, Bori. There's and then he's gonna just share all of the information that he learned. He should share
Sharing is caring in Echo's world.
sharing
no.
is caring. Bori's
What's-
like big trust on these guys.
Oh yeah,
What's your
share the
spin
trauma.
on it? Like,
My spin on it?
how do you share it? Are you just like, this is what he said, or like what's the story or the narrative that you spin? What's the takeaway from your story?
Yeah. So essentially, he's just going to tell Bori, I had the conversation with Eridark. There are many things that he revealed to me. One of those things, critically, is that I am somehow Orin's protector, and Orin is connected to the Raven Queen in a way that we're not sure what's going to happen. But basically, Nitro Ciota isn't quite dead. And he's gonna like pull out the pack of cards for like a nice little visual. This is Nitro Ciota's soul. I have her body.
Mint condition,
So-
too.
Oh.
Well, probably not anymore.
Not
It's been like 42 years, but he's gonna be like there's this prophecy, if you recall back to the Koatoa times, good days.
Oh yeah,
Simpler
things were much
days.
simpler then.
Yeah, very simple.
Yes. Basically, Orin could destroy the world. Maybe not. But yes, it's all going to depend on what happens with Nitro Ciota and also what happens with the Raven Queen. And right, yes. So just wanted to fill you in. Oh, and also Eritor's my dad.
Okay,
Which
let me
is-
get this straight. Not only Eridark is your father,
Mhm.
not
This is-
only you carved up Niotor Ciota and were midwife to Orin.
It's a strong term, but yes.
You you are meant to be a cursed protector to this fabled king, Orin. But you've also been carrying around the soul of an archfey this entire time.
I left home 10 days ago. I don't know how. This is happening very fast and quickly. But yes, apparently all those, according to Dark, all those things are true. And what scares me is that without prompting, his recollection of events from that day lined up with what I saw in my visions from the Priarch, which means that probably what Jamin showed me was true, because I doubt both of them like got together and swapped. So in fact, that's impossible. You know, he stepped out of the portal. So this is concerning in many ways.
And and not only all of that, if there is some unknown factor that if we kill the Raven Queen, it is going to affect, Terciota and Orin in some form or fashion.
Somehow, if we can, I don't know if we can raise her before.
What did the prophecy say? Something about with raising of the raven increases the power?
Yes,
His
the
power
prophecy
will rise
says
with the raven, I believe.
his power like the raven shall ascend. It's kind of connected, it seems, but I don't know. But here's the thing: Dark described the king as a different person, so not Orin, which was interesting. He kept saying the other Orin. So there is a chance that if we, on the Raven Queen, that maybe that part of Orin will die.
Or it might
I
just
don't
get
know.
weaker.
We'll just get weaker. That would be ideal. I'm also going to have to share this with Orin. Now that I know the context, I need to, he needs to know.
He needs to know. This cannot be kept from him. The only thing about it is how delicate are you with it?
Yes. That'll be important. And also, ideally, we should probably raise the Fae, if we can, before we fight the Raven Queen.
Hold up. Now, raising an archfey is much different than raising a recently deceased hobgoblin.
What's this, kid?
Now, I do not doubt the capabilities of our necromancer. I do think that raising an archfey that has
Can I
been dead
interject?
for almost... Yeah, go for it.
I have a name.
So they're having this conversation in the garden, right? And the
They are,
estate,
literally.
there's so many rooms that overlook the garden. And, like, I can only just envision, like, the curtains opening up and, like, an Anvizal head pops out of the curtains, like, outside and said, "Yo! What's that I heard about raising some, like..." You would be so, like... ADHD to that word. Am I wrong?
His time has come.
What do you know what? GM. You want me to roll perception? Because I'll do it.
I'll even give you advantage on it. Because
Let's
it's saying
go.
trigger words.
That's
DC
pretty
is
good.
it even doesn't matter.
My
I mean, you know what? Hold on. It's done. Both of them.
So you hear the words out of Bori's mouth. Now, I do not doubt the capabilities of our necromancer in raising the dead, but I do think that raising an archfey is a little out of his
Hey!
league.
What are you talking about down there?
Are you
aren't you in the
close?
middle of something?
Are you done up there, my friend?
I'm good at multitasking. Do you...
I don't think this should be something that should be multitasked.
Her story Echo's story would have taken a long time to brief Boreon. So
Okay.
roll me yield performance check.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Yield performance check. Natural 20.
Let's go.
Did I say I was good at everything, Hobgoblin? Did I stutter?
Anvizal While she was training, so was I.
Oh my god. Jesus H. Christ.
Somebody stop
Honestly,
this man.
Natural 20, Haven's just like chugging some orange juice, like, I'll be down in 5.
How about? Are you done up there? We could join you up there.
He like curtains closed for half a second and then open back up. No, I'll join you. I'll be down in 5.
Okay.
Closing.
2 entered, only 1 leaves.
Oh no.
Cow gut.
Incredible. You know what? Amazon has this terrible, terrible spell that I just realized could be useful in this specific way. So it's
no.
basically you. It's really bad. But it's called Reshape Skeleton. You basically mess with the rigidity and structure of a creature's skeleton. All I'm saying is that could also work for the durability of one's.
Member.
So true.
Oh goodness, you know what? Made of adamantine these hips are.
Nat 20 came from somewhere, alright?
Came from somewhere. Listen, I'm not blowing a spell slot, but
Dude, Anvizol walks down these stairs, probably the most confident man you've ever seen in your life.
So
He's in a tank top, just like...
Work in a tank top. He's wearing fucking Daddy Atreus' tank top.
Yeah!
This is the first thing he found in the wardrobe. That's terrible. Oh my goodness. But he's doing it now. Congratulations, that's canon. The war crimes are coming easy tonight, boys.
Did you choose the dirty in Daddy Atreus' room? Why are you getting his clothes?
Well, you know what? It had the most comfortable bed. Hashtag she's
come
worth
on.
it.
you're glowing.
That is foul.
You know what? Given Amazol's a mage, he might literally be glowing.
Maybe. You know, the face stuff hits different.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Oh my god.
Wow, your afterglow is alarming.
I'm concerned.
Yeah, I'm concerned. I don't think that's for humans.
I don't think that's normal.
Oh goodness. Alright, that's enough. That's enough banter.
Oh, it was great.
Really funny.
I am keeping the tank top though. The robe of many items stays on during. So, alright, I heard raising, and I'm very sensitive to that word now. What are we talking about?
Right. So blah blah blah. He fills Amazon in the same way.
Amazon like, who?
Yeah. So basically,
Thought I'd feel good about my family, but I do now.
Look.
Shit.
I don't need this right now. I just need to
No,
solve problems fast.
I don't need this.
Alright, you know what? You'll get problem solving Amazon today then.
Excellent.
You know where the
What
body
can
is?
you do with this? He just picks up the pack of cards.
You know, Advazal, while we're here, he will ritual cast Detect Magic. And technically he could ritual cast Identify as well. Just to kind of see like how far gone is this? How much juice are we working with, right? In terms of spirit energy would be the intent. And then he'd ask, how long ago was this? How old's the body?
Oh, 42 years old.
Oh my, this happened before I was even born.
This is why I said I think this might be a little bit out of your league.
He looks you dead in the eyes. Did you just say to me?
You fucking heard me.
He took that personally.
Hold on. When do you need her alive and walking by again?
As soon as possible, but we won't be able to get to the burrow until we've dealt with the Prince of Frost and Darkness.
Alright. Lock the literal key to the spirit continuum in a wedding ring. Give it to my wife. Then raise an archfey. All while stopping civil unrest in the city. And he puts his hand out. Stormcrows?
Storm grows.
Oh,
Master Bird pops his head out of somewhere.
So true.
Oh, let's get it done. There's no backing out now.
Or he speaks into Echo's mind. I think I might have had an adverse effect. Or at least the effect that I did not intend on Envizol.
And Vasil's like,
Well,
I'll do
I
what
think
I
I might have lit a fire under his ass on that.
Yeah.
Whatever works.
Oh, I'm sorry. You need it by Friday? I'll have it on Tuesday.
respond telepathically if he's talking into his mind. Nice. He's just gonna say this'll keep him busy from doing all the other things.
But this will keep him busy from raising all of the dark bloods.
Yeah.
All right, what is our next steps? Is Erdark still here?
Such an accurate statement. Well, at least he's not going to raise all the time. That's so good. Oh, goodness.
Oh man. Yeah. Is Eridark still here? Did he seem like he was gonna start like moving around when Echo left, or
He is
was he just
findable.
kind of sitting there?
He is findable.
Okay. Do you want to talk to him, Bori?
No, I was just curious if he was still here.
He didn't. I would imagine he is still here since Calcut is here, and this is going to be. This or the war room will be our base of operations.
Shit, give me a little bit.
Oh, you're all good. Rip.
So somebody roll me a D3. Echo, roll me D3.
Wait, I can do this now. I hope. Is this how this works? Nice.
Not bad. So what would I describe it as? The time from portal to now has been 1 hour. It's still morning. It's probably like 10 right now. You guys kind of woke up at like 8.
You know, you said it direct. You're like, give it to me straight. I can't be beaten around the bush right now. So that checks out.
And I'm thinking 2 hours is probably the time that a certain somebody would come back from breakfast at the war room.
Okay.
You see Orin making his way through the snow. He's at the gate. He'll be here in about a minute, and I'll be back.
Evazol's gonna look Echo dead in the eyes. How do I support you, friend? Anything you need right now, name it. I'm here for you.
Thank you, Amazol. I'm trying to think about the best way to approach Orin with this earth-shatteringly devastating news. Oof.
May I make a suggestion as your friend?
Yes, please.
Honestly.
That's as best as I can do right now. That's all I can do right now.
Reality hurts.
Yes.
And I think you owe him at least that much.
I do.
Besides, Orin's a big boy. I think he can handle it.
Hopefully I get the Orin that can.
What should I be ready for if we get the Orin that can't?
Chaos, destruction, possibly murder. I'm not really sure. Dark was real cryptic with it. He just said the other Orin and that he tried to kill him. That one shouldn't have been in quotes. He did try to kill him.
You know what? Like the Hobgoblin saying goes, be hard, but be ready.
Is that the Hobgoblin?
If anyone knows the Hobgoblin saying, it would be me. And he'll walk you over to Orin.
He took that to heart. Oh my god.
Be hard, but be ready. Remember, when times are hard, so am I.
Who are you?
The world may be hard, but so are you. That's so dumb. You're like, no, I'm pretty sure that ain't it. Like,
I hate this.
this.
Sorry, excuse me. We're having a very serious conversation right now. Emerald's sharing some deep wisdom with Echo.
Just be the most cursed, like Hobgoblin sayings right now.
Amazing.
Right up there with that big COD energy.
Dude, I was howling in the kitchen, man. Jesus. It just kept getting worse.
Listen, if this doesn't get me an inspiration point, I don't know what will.
Take it. Take an inspiration point.
Oh my god, I'm gonna need it, man. Literally, apocalypse is coming to the door in like a few hours, I'm pretty sure.
Casual apocalypse, you know, as
No, we already did casual apocalypse. This is ranked extreme apocalypse.
Right.
This is new
No.
casual apocalypse.
I'm not ready. You know, actually, I think we are kind of ready. Now we just need to have this earth-shattering conversation with Orin. Good luck, by the way. The best I can do is spider webs and a pipe dream. If he turns.
Yeah, I'm gonna need y'all to be on standby in case it goes south. I think that's the
Absolutely.
best thing that I can hope for.
Absolutely. I'm here. I'm still here for it.
Bro, I'm literally being literate right now.
Literally literate. It's fun to say, actually.
Literally. I'm literally literate. That's actually bars.
Yeah, no. Can't believe I disagreed with that on impulse.
That's right.
You know what? You already here, folks. Let's get bars in the chat.
Bars. Sound off with bars, if that was bars. By the way, I really appreciate the like 3 people that watch this stream.
Heck yeah, Grant.
Oh yeah.
I see you out there.
We see you. Big preach.
Super preach. So, Orin walks back, sees you all. Hey guys. How'd things go? What'd I miss?
Echo will just like take Orin's hand and he's just gonna lead him like into the castle.
Where do you want to go? Inside? Where do you want to set up?
We'll go into Echo's room. Fairly private, hopefully.
Everyone
And
else
he's also
posting up in
gonna,
the hallway?
Huh?
Where does everybody else want to post up? Or are you guys just...
Yeah. Echo's gonna like look back and like
Yeah. No, we'll get our spots. We'll give you a respectful distance, but probably not enough distance that we couldn't pull you out of the skillet if you get tossed in real quick.
whoa.
Like you gotta take lead on this. I'll help from a distance. That's my preference as an Echomancer, is helping from the shadows. So
Yeah.
like a nice gondola or
Shadow Boy.
Shadow Boy.
Boring.
Shadow Boy. He really is. Shadow Wizard Money Gang. Legalized nuclear weapon. No.
Oh god. That's Amazal's separate gig. He's got the storm crows and then he's like, oh yeah, by the way. Bori, I'm gonna talk to Orin. Please be on standby.
I could hear. I'll
Please. Okay.
I'll be nearby.
So Echo's just gonna like sit Orin down like right on the floor. And he's gonna sit down in front of him.
Hey,
How was your outing?
It was good. There was some spicy ass skewers I tried. They were delicious, actually.
So nice. I'm glad you had a good morning. That's good. Glad. I have some very bad news. Echo's just gonna be extremely direct. He's gonna be like, Oren, I really, really care about you. And there are things that have been hidden from both of us that recently I have sought out and learned. And I would like to tell you them, and they contain very bad news. Dire news, in fact. Are you in the state of mind where you feel comfortable learning these things? Because I want you to be as comfortable as possible.
You just dropped that. You're like, now a good time, bro. It was all just in the back. I'm like, by Moradin's very beard hair.
Yeah, it's fine.
Echo ain't cutting any corners. Echo's basically saying, do you have the mental bandwidth right now to learn some possibly earth-shattering news?
I'm pretty confident that I am.
I want to ask you first, because I've learned a lot. What have you learned over the years? What do you know of, like, your existence in this realm, because I know that we have some memories together. I don't think I've recovered all of them, but what's your take?
That every dark knows things that we don't. You're starting to remember, and I'm stuck with the same old questions. And
Yeah.
it's been eating me all night. I can't help but think about whatever you talked with the Mind Witch about, and I feel like I'm about to get an answer. So if I'm not, let me know. But
Yes. So last night I finally got a solid answer to a lot of my questions. This morning I also spoke to Aridark, and he revealed similar things to me about our past. And I am not going to keep this from you the way that he did, because I don't think that's fair, being in the same situation. So last night, the Mind Witch revealed to me that you came into the forest in a very violent way. And the way that this happened was that apparently there's this prophecy that goes back about a protector and a king, right? And so what ended up happening is, in order to save your life, I became a part of this prophecy and ended up killing Nitrociota in the process. And Aridark got involved and managed to save her soul. So she's not within the spirit continuum. She is still here, just not in a physical form. Their stories lined up.
When you say that you murdered my mother, what do you mean by that?
I mean that she came through a portal into this realm, and she asked me to save her baby. I must have been about 4. And she asked me to save you. And in order to do that, I had to kill her. Again, if I had known this at the beginning, obviously, we wouldn't have spent so much time looking for her. But this had been concealed.
You always told me that you had some clue. You had something that you knew, something that we could use to find her. You seemed so confident that there was something that we could do to find her. What was the clue?
What was the clue?
You don't know.
Well, oh yeah, that's something that I that has not been recovered. However, I I did have something in my possession that this entire time has contained the soul of your mother. I'm just gonna be honest with him. I feel like he deserves to know.
No, that is a wild line. Like,
I intend to work with Ambizal to raise her from the dead.
waves from the gondola. You're a little hey. Told you I'm sensitive to these words.
He said, raised? Raised from the dead? Orin, I know this is a lot to take in, but I want you to know that, like, I still intend to carry out my side of the promise and find your mother.
Been looking for her for so long.
She was right with us the entire time.
And you knew.
I mean, I don't think I knew this. I don't
Like,
think I knew like this.
like I was 4, and now
um, I my memories were wiped, and I'm still regaining them.
So we'll
So I
find
don't
out
know.
if you knew or if you didn't.
Yes.
Are you... What do you think?
What do I think about the whole situation? Or
Yes. What do you think the memory will be when you learn?
I can't imagine that I would have continued searching for her so vehemently if I knew that we could just she was there the whole time.
So I've had a lot of people try to hurt me in life. Many have tried to kill me. You know what that can do to you when you're 12
Can't
years
imagine.
old? The people that said that they're there to help you are actually there with a dagger to carve you. And
Who tried to kill you?
people that said that they could help me, people that said that they would take care of me till they learned who I was, till they learned whose son I was.
In the burrow?
I ran away from every dark. Left the burrow when I was 9.
Where did you go?
I was taken away. I've never been able to make a decision about me for myself. It's always been run here, do this, hide here, don't talk to strangers, never leave.
Very Dark told me that he had constantly tried to shelter you, and I believe he was wrong for doing that. I think he tried to do what he thought was best in that scenario, but I think at the end of the day, you should know what had happened to you. You should know what had happened in general.
I think I'm just gonna meditate on everything that's happened, and clear my mind and let go and try to process everything that you've just told me. This is a lot. I don't know how to feel. I feel upset, but I don't think it's fair to feel upset towards you. But I'm very upset right now. And I don't want to do anything that I'd regret. So I'm just gonna sit here and I'm gonna meditate, and maybe in a couple hours. And then he stops talking.
Oh, Dios mío. Oh, SpaghettiOs.
Oh, SpaghettiOs.
Okay. Echo will. He just stops talking, like he stops responding.
He
Period.
stops like mid-sentence. He just goes
Oh,
quiet.
good. That's a great sign. Okay. Echo will get up and he will.
Roll me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh.
Oh no!
No.
Chuckles, I'm in danger.
Echo will attempt to get up. Echo's very dexterous, though, so 23.
Dang, hey, he's a Dexy boy.
Oh, nice.
Slippery.
He's slippery. That's also an accurate statement.
Ooh.
Like you said, he's slippery. Like a greased hog, he is.
You feel a hand reach for you and miss.
Good. And that's good.
Do you look back or do you keep going?
Look back. Obviously.
Orin looks up at you with an expression and with eyes that you have never seen.
God, why is he still so hot?
Just going to stare back at him. And I'm going to say loudly so that people in the hallway can hear me. I'm going to say, "You're not Orin."
Oh,
Can you give me a performance check on that?
Yeah.
Just curious.
In fact, I will. Please don't roll like a 2. Please don't roll like a 2.
you're not
Oh,
my
no.
boy.
The words barely escape your throat.
Oh my god.
You know what?
One.
Technically, it wasn't a 2.
The math. Wait, you're so right.
The task failed successfully.
So he's a little spooky, and Echo's a little spooked. Maybe he's a little quieter than he should have been.
I'm going to say, I'm not saying you can't speak, but the words are stuck in your throat.
Oh no.
The natty, like, come on,
You've got the pouty face. You just couldn't get the words out. You're not my boy.
He stands up and he just kind of like cocks his head at you, and he walks around, he paces around you, gingerly. You know, I'm pretty sure Oren's pretty shaken up.
Yeah, that's a lot to. Wait, can I still speak? Am I just quiet?
I'm not saying that you can't try to shout again. I'm just saying, like, that you rolled a nat 1 to, like, do that performance. You can speak and do everything
Yeah.
else as well now, so.
Okay. All right. He's just going to follow whatever the hell that is with his eyes. And he's going to be like, yeah, it's a lot to learn all at once. He's just speaking directly to him. He's not trying to raise his voice anymore.
He just squints at you. So you're it. The protector. He just
Really?
picks a little, like, something off of your shoulder. Oren loves you so much. Wonder why.
Can't tell you that.
Oh, okay. Can't tell you that. What do you mean you can't tell me that? Don't you trust me? It's me.
Sorry? You cut out there for a second?
I said, what do you mean you can't tell me? What do you mean? Don't you trust me? It's me.
I can't tell you how Oren feels or why Oren feels the way he does. All I know is that your fate, specifically, and my fate are intertwined.
Oren is weak. He can't possibly do what needs to be done. But I
Why do you
can.
doubt him so much?
Because I know him.
You clearly don't know enough about him to know why he loves me. You say you know him, but you don't know the innermost workings of his soul.
Just remember, I'm the real me. Oren is a ruse, a ghost. The scrapings at the bottom of a barrel, the scrapings that don't have much use.
It's a terrible thing to say. You don't know. You may be very powerful, but you are not a fortune teller, as far as I can tell.
I know what I will be.
Hmm.
And
Go
it's
just won't
definitely
respond.
not Oren. Where's Eridark?
Where is he?
Yes. I'm sure he's close by.
I don't know.
Just kind of looks down. He fights. I don't have much time left. Your man is recovering.
Hmm.
Ooh.
Ooh, he's strong, isn't he?
It won't be Orin for long. And don't you dare call me that name. Just so you know.
What should I call you?
And as like his eyes are fading, Orin comes back and utters a single word. Oberon.
Oh.
Oh, that's weird.
Oh shoot. Okay. As soon as Echo realizes that Orin's back, he's like, Orin? Orin? Hello?
Yes? Yes? Are
Oh,
you
you're
okay,
okay.
Echo?
Whew.
I
Yes.
must have spaced out there. And he just looks to...
Yes.
I don't remember standing up.
Mm. Yes, right. I know you're very upset right now still.
I'm actually feeling a
I
lot
don't
better. Think I'm doing okay.
it's good.
Are you okay, Echo?
He's gonna run over and give him a hug as well. It's just Echo's hugs all around. He's just going to give him very tight squoze.
As you hug him, you can feel the spiritual seals all around his body, barely containing the essence of this other identity, this Oberon.
Ah, that sucks. Okay. He's I guess he should explain. He's just going to like pull him out of the hug and he's gonna look at him and he's gonna be like, Do you know um have you ever had moments where you felt not quite like yourself before?
Yes, but only one that I remember was the night that
Only
I sought shelter away from Dark, and some folks tried to kill me, and everything was dark, kind of like it was just now.
yeah.
I woke up back in Dark's care. He was gravely wounded. He would not speak a single word of it to me, even to this day.
Are you able, or is there an internal voice of yours that you are able to communicate with that may seem a little bit darker than yourself? Oh, that's too bad.
Just me that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Well, you're always
Well,
good at dealing with psychosis. We've got a guy for that now.
yeah.
Mind
Where's
which
the
literally just sets up like a psychiatric practice.
the doctor is in 5 cents.
Is everything okay?
Right.
And he just kind of pushes past you gingerly, and he opens the door and he leans his head out. What do you guys... What's... He sees you guys in the hallway. What's your stance? Do you guys do the pretend loiter? Do you stand at attention? Like, give me some...
The like sitting back and humming like, oh,
Yeah.
fancy seeing you here.
What's Bori doing?
Boris probably like leaned up against the wall, arms crossed, and he might have just been like communicating telepathically with Invisible, just having a conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? In that case, you started the conversation, so what's the flavor?
How do you think things are growing in there? I haven't heard anything from Echo.
Echo's the type to scream. We'd know if something went wrong.
Bro, this is true.
Listen, I haven't heard echo screaming or bird call, so I think we're safe for the time being. Let's trust their methods.
Bah, bah.
How are you though? How are you though? Incredible. How are you though?
Yeah, well, I'm holding up with the things that I've done. And I feel that I will have to come to terms with them, as I will have to do more.
You and me both. How are you with me? And the decisions I'm deciding to make.
And like we've talked about before, I understand why. Yeah, I understand the need of the raising of the undead, using them as hands, but I do not like using them as an army. There's some terms I think it is a little disrespectful to them.
I think that's why they chose you. You honor even the worst of the dead. You know I hate that about you. And you probably show up. I hate that you're a better man than me. Incredible.
Amazing. Oh,
How'd it go?
Oren? How are you feeling? How are you doing?
I'm okay. Are you guys okay?
We've just been waiting for Euro's conversation to end.
I think we're okay. I think we're all okay. I think everything's gonna be fine. In fact, I'm feeling great. I don't
Even
know
after
why.
hearing all of that news?
I rolled a nat 20.
You know, Ambisol comes in with the high five. Me too.
You're taking it surprisingly better than I thought you would. I am sorry to hear about your mother.
I'm not.
I'm glad Echo told me what she knew, what he knew when he knew it. I don't think I could say the same if he didn't. I'm just, I don't know. What do you say? You know, we're
I know what Let's fix the past.
like a family, right? We're here for each other.
We will work through it together.
Exactly. We're not all alone here. We have each other.
All of these secrets and all of these boundaries and lines in the sand that have been drawn will not make for a productive conclusion to this whole ordeal. I think it's important to be as open and honest with each other as possible right now.
You
And at that
Yes.
point, Bori like TPs into Echo's mind. Did you also tell him about the other?
Other. The other Orin?
Yes.
Ah, yes. Orin. Thank you.
That's me. Nobody else.
Yes. No, nobody else.
Except
Only
when you are. No.
there is, in the interest of being transparent, there is one more thing. It is that within you there is housed a very concerning personality. And it has not always been there, but it has been instated. and it has the power to do some serious damage. I don't know if you've ever connected with this power yourself, or if it just exists within you. But that is what happens when you black out. Is this other persona shows itself.
Did he
Just
hurt
so you know, in case you're ever able to fight back against it. It can harm a lot of people.
Did he hurt you?
No. I'm slippery.
He seems relieved.
But
After everything today, all I can do is put my trust in you.
I will not betray your trust. We're in this together. This is a horrible set of circumstances. Like, quite possibly the worst set of circumstances there could be. So I understand that you may need some time to process. But now that I have the context, and now that I have a story to tell, I'm glad that you know. I'm glad that you can be informed.
Well, it's not every day that somebody tells you that there's something inside of you that what did you say?
Is
Could do
yeah.
Can it be reasoned with?
I don't know. I talked to it. It seemed very powerful, but it talked to me. I don't know if it can be reasoned with, or if it can
Maybe
be
we can
swayed at
all
all.
get along, you know? I mean, it's not the first time I've heard of two people or two things sharing a body and learning to live in harmony. I'm the traveler. I'm sure we can figure something out. It doesn't have to be all doom and gloom. Just
Sure, we can. I appreciate your optimism, and we will figure it out. And if nothing else, I am absolutely sworn to protect you. So that is what I will do.
till death do us part.
I guess. Till death do me part. I don't know about you, but
Well, it looks like we need to get another set of rings, Anvazo.
oh my god.
This is actually really sweet right now.
Death,
I'm
death
like,
wedding.
I'm so here for both of you. Finally, thank goodness.
It's about time you two have eloped. God.
Bro needed wait. Yeah, bro needed context.
Oh. You know, they always say, "Would you love me if I was a worm?"
Would you love
Would you-
me if I had a dual personality inside me that was going to destroy the universe?
No.
Moral
No.
dilemmas. Who says anything about him destroying the universe?
Sure. No, he's fine. He's gonna be fine.
Speaking of rings, You guys want to
Oh,
see
no.
what's going on at the war room?
Yeah, we could even head
Yeah.
over there now. It's a good time. Just saying.
So we'll stick with the goodest boy Orin art for
Heck
now,
yeah.
but I do have bad boy Orin as a backup in case things get spicy.
Bad boy.
What do you guys think
Spaghetti,
about
yeah.
bad boy Orin?
Oh no! He's
Yeah.
hot! No.
Oh no, he saw it! How did he get shirtless? It's snowing outside.
Exactly.
Everyone's
How did he
shirtless.
get shirtless?
The
Dude,
time
it's
has
just
come, and so have I. Like,
big cod energy. All right.
honestly, I think it's pretty spooky, and I'm like so here for it. This is a really
Yeah.
tentative relationship here.
Yeah. If you can't love me at my Earth Destroyer, you don't deserve me at my goodest boy.
Hold on, that's the name of next session.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hang on. If you can't love me
Yeah, write that
at
down.
my Earth Destroyer, you can't what?
You can't have me at my goodest boy.
All right. It has been written.
Excellent.
Let's go to the war room. Man, we are hitting some heavy stuff today, guys.
Love it.
Woo!
I love the lore. I'm here for the lore.
I dare say it's a lore dump. I'm sorry if it is a dump. But it's a
That's good.
well-earned dump.
I'm enjoying it. Yes. This answers so many questions. And not in the way I thought they were going to be answered.
That's what's great about it all, right?
Yes.
Why can't I select you all, please?
The unselectable.
I just want to send all these people to the GM layer.
Shadow dimension.
Be gone!
Banished.
Farewell.
Where it fell. 15.
Are you guys on the... you're at the war room. Okay.
Heck yeah, brother.
We've got Jammin, we've got Bori. They're being buddies.
Mm-hmm.
Or
We've
bus.
Brothers.
We've got
Boribus
Betrayal.
squared.
Boribus squared.
Cube.
Cubed. Yeah, it's
Cube
cubed. I
boy.
see you do hands.
Everyone wants to be a cube boy. But the responsibility of being a cube. Mysterious Hobgoblin. No more.
Get outie. We need Calcut.
We do.
Is
We
Cal-
need Calcut new and improved.
Heck
Yeah.
2.0.
2.0. Yeah.
Calcut.
You know, how would you feel about me possessing the leaders of the Shadow Blades? Because has Ghost making a public statement and then murdering them.
Like Ghost able to talk?
You know, technically speaking, yes.
That's wild.
Yeah, they're really mean.
That's probably an understatement.
Yeah, actually, Evansel's not going to be very forward about the fact that he can straight possess people.
Yeah.
Try to keep that one on the down low for clearly more clear reasons, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you guys come back, and the leaders are in the war room. They've got a map of the city laid out, and they're looking at defenses, trying to gather forces, and you can see some of Aridark's under his command are instructing them on positions and deployments and giving reports on training efficacies. And the Mind Witch is there too, and him and Mogra are working together and are kind of taking lead a bit and organizing stuff that's going on. the Mind Witch, Jammin, Priarch, you name it, is kind of like pointing to some like old and ancient like hard points around the city, and like mentioning just some stuff that he knows and adding that knowledge to the mix, like which places can bear what type of loads for like siege equipment, and Mogra's applying her knowledge. She's pretty book smart. She likes to figure stuff out and get in trouble, so she has a lot of input on this as well. And the Vitrill and Atreus are kind of letting the youngsters take the lead. I know Jammin's older than all these guys, but except for maybe Airy Dark. I actually think Jammin's older than Airy Dark. But yeah, it's kind of the young that are leading this right now, and the older generations are kind of letting them get their wet their whistle. That's kind of the vibe that you're getting. Calcut comes with you guys, sees Atreus, they embrace. Atreus dotes over her and says, "Oh, you look so strong. Oh,
Yeah.
And then he greets you all. Anvizal, Storm Crows, my boys.
Yeah.
My boys.
Master Birdfly said, me!
Andreas, how's it going?
There is activity in the mountains, and we are preparing, pulling our forces. Jammin, as he has asked us to call him this, says that we will be reinforced by 2 battalions of ancient hobgoblin thrall, forgive the terminology, under his command. I not to say I'll believe it when I see it, but I'm interested in seeing what that actually means, for myself, quite frankly. But if the numbers are correct, we can muster. And he just does some quick math. Close to 5,000 to
What
hold
is the
against
situation?
whatever we can. Whatever battle comes to light.
What is the situation with the Dark Blades? Have they bent the knee?
All resistance has stopped. They have surrendered. Something happened last night. The
They
whole
were
half of
wiped
that.
out.
Yes. You know.
Say it. Say the storm crows happened. Say it. Or just be ominous.
Mm.
I remember
The
yesterday you
butcher-
mentioned something to the emissary.
The
It's a pretty nice threat, but a little.
the
Really accurate.
Oh,
the butcher of Darkblade paid them a visit.
Oh, pretty biblical.
Biblical of you.
Mm,
How Old Testament of you.
Dang.
yes.
That Old Testament on their heads.
yo. We're in OT now.
Oh no!
Ooh,
Ugh.
not the turbo bedtime.
The turbo bedtime.
Vitrill, in his classic Vitrill. Stop beating around the bush, boy. If you have something to say, then say it. Do you know about this?
Classic vitriol. Yeah.
I don't know what to call
No.
it.
I know about it. I was there.
I caused it.
So by your
I-
hand.
By my hand and another. An angel of death. the two of us wiped out all that opposed our cause.
Just got any
Boar
more of
just
those
stares
in
at
you?
him. What do you say?
Got any more of those in you?
We shall see. Do we have all supporters from the families? The others? Are there
So how do
any
we
others
integrate the
that
dock
oppose us?
blades? No one else opposes, not after this morning. We are united.
Boar just looks over at Anibazal.
He gives you a nod.
Betrill squints his eyes. But can the dark blades be trusted, Bole?
I have. And he pauses a moment. He'll look to Bori. A suggestion. I will not force any of your hands. The remaining Dark Blades, it was my understanding they had a neat 50% casualty rate. Those that would join and unite the Hobgoblin people, and those that wish to die with the old ways. It would take me time, but I wish brands or masks to be made for each of the fallen, as many as we can, and to raise them not only to fight in the stead of the Hobgoblin people, but to serve as a message as to those that would choose anything over their blood, over the betterment of our people. In many eyes, it would be sacrilege. And yet, when the fighting happens, and the neighbors and friends are being torn apart, I think they might come to appreciate it. And it will serve as a reminder that they will stand united or serve in death. How do all of you take that? I need you to be honest with me. What I'm proposing, how does it land for each of you?
Who would look to the Hobgoblin people to see how they're responding.
That's the intent. Amazon's like, I'm saying some pretty sketchy stuff right now.
Yeah.
How's this sticking, you know? I need
Yeah.
actual feedback here, fellas, because this could go really well or really badly.
So, categorically, Anvizal, Betrill and you have always been kind of in the same camp. And Mocha too, really. I think her ambitions and her flexibility have often landed her on your side.
Yeah.
Without even having to roll, Vitrill and Mogra are leaning towards this idea. Calcut and Atreus likes you a lot, is not super into undead as much as Vitrill and Mogra are not bothered by it. It's not that he doesn't like it, but he's like, he was never sold on this as something. He's like, I love it, you know. He's got some recent trauma with it that you guys have put to bed very nicely. And Calcut has spent the last 5 years with a terrorist alone.
Yes.
I'm not gonna roll for Calcut right now, but I am gonna roll for Atreus. So that's 3 people that will side with the party's decision. Not Boris, not Amphazol's, not Echo's, but the party's decision. And I want you guys to come to an agreement on how you guys are going to proceed here. So, but at least you'll have some feedback on how everyone's feeling. The, what do you call it? Reading the room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What I'm
And
thinking
you know what?
is...
Tomorrow, their opinions might change.
Of course. I mean,
Yeah.
I feel like it's about to hit the fan.
Later today, their opinions might change.
Let's go!
17.
Oh.
He's like, now, son. You
And
know I
so,
love you, boy.
I value your company and proud to call you my son-in-law. We have not always met eye to eye on the use of the dead and the undead, but I promised myself that I would do what I could to prevent my daughter from having to bear this burden alone. Really to bear it at all, but we're past that point. And so I will trust you all to make the call. We stand in communion with the Mind Witch, bolstering our troops. I stand on the other side of a war room with the Trill Bloodfang, and we are allies, and
That
we are
man's tried to
allies.
stab me before. You know?
And he may have insulted my father, but we are working together, and our houses have merged.
Never have we been the stronger for it.
And Jammin chimes in. Single word. Caledon.
Amazon's doing it. He's putting his hand out. Khaldun,
Hey!
the Stormcrows stand beside you. Somebody please. Back me up here.
Yeah.
Echo just, what are you doing, bro? Like,
No. It's like, what's good? No, Echo will join in.
oh, thank God.
He feels also conflicted, but he feels better about this plan than the other one, so he'll
You know
just
what? Actually, hold on. What would be even more hobgoblin than putting his hand in? Amazon's gonna put his staff in.
Oh yes.
Weapons to the center. That sounds very hobgoblin.
Weapons to the center.
Also, it lets Calcut draw and show off literally Bloodfang.
Yeah.
Which I feel is just icing on the cake. Everybody was like, oh shit!
That's
pretty
sick.
cool. Calcut puts in Bloodfang and her Sacra blade.
I dual wield I dual wield now, Dad.
The Mind Witch looks at her with like a impressed nod and pulls out his own sword. And it's it looks like some wild, it's definitely Bloodfang by design. Like it's an ancient Bloodfang sword. It's got runes and crenellations all over it. And then he takes it and it separates into 2 blades and he puts them in.
Yes.
It actually like folds open at the along I don't know what to call that, but it breaks into 2 separate blades.
That's so sweet.
Fennec just puts his paw in. What does Bori do?
Bori pulls out the hammer. Caledon.
Dark throws his axe on top of the pile very haphazardly.
Mm.
There is blood on the axe.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. Echo will put in Buster Call. Just like little boop. Safety's on.
Orin pulls something off his belt, the handle of his spear, and he pulls it up, and there's a line of magical silk running off of the handle, and you see he's got the spearhead of his spear attached to the line like a whip flail. And he touches the handle in the pile.
Nice.
I forget what the weapon's called, but
Spicy.
It's really cool.
Kyotso Shoge, I think, or something like that, maybe.
Sounds right to me. No.
Yeah, the thing that you flip around that like ends people, almost
Ooh,
like the
hold
Shastra
on.
sword, right?
Almost sounds like if it's Japanese themed, it would be a Kusarigama. But I don't.
I think that's it.
Yeah,
maybe.
it's like a chain sickle.
Nice.
Yeah, that's wild. Shouldn't be allowed to have one of those. But I'm glad he does. Glad
I
they
like
do.
that. Yeah, that's illegal.
Yeah, exactly. Oh goodness.
So after the huzzah,
Yeah.
Fennec chimes in, because everyone loves Fennec.
I mean, honestly, I can't be mad at him.
Yeah.
I mean, I can. I just couldn't do anything about it.
So, speaking of weddings, Vitrill, I stopped by your jeweler, and my, they do great work. Perhaps I could commission them sometime to work on some pieces. And Vitrill kind of takes the hint. Oh, yes. The ring is ready.
Ooh.
Oh yeah.
And
Ring.
he goes and he fetches this velvet box. And he brings it over to Calcut. In the olden days, we make the items and you imbue them with power. And he opens the velvet box, and inside is this glass cylinder that has metal caps on both ends with a velvet tuft on the inside holding the ring of the twilight glacial bloom.
Oh!
Oh,
That's so cool.
Alright, say that name one more time. I'm gonna need a double take to get this all down.
Yeah, so it is the ring of the twilight glacial bloom.
Oh. Yeah, that's chef's kiss.
Will this do? It's still in the little cylinder. And the cylinder is built to spec that
It's perfect.
you all had.
Amazon probably whispers that. Silent tear.
You hear a shuffling. There's some commotion outside the war room door. You hear a knock. Bump, bump, bump. Bump, bump, bump.
Bori will TK it open.
Masters.
Sorry, what?
Oh, just someone like yells in for for Vitril and Atreus.
Ah, perfect.
Yes, yes, come in. God, dispense with the pleasantries. A storm brews over the mountains. It's headed this way.
How much time do we have?
Take a look.
Walks out, looks at the storm.
And so the mountains, that are miles away, but not that many miles away, around the location that you all came, nearer where Chalbad was, near the temple of the Raven Queen, you see this brewing.
Oh,
No
good.
shit.
Great. That looks positive.
Bori shouts in, "You all are going to want to see this."
I don't know.
And
Echo peeks out.
yeah, it's big. And you can see in the center, while there is a large storm, there's this vortex, this supercell in the middle. And in the flashes of lightning, you can almost see the silhouette of a figure hovering in the center.
Oh.
Ooh. Yeah, that's him.
What's
Yeah,
the
that
plan?
him. Did you say what's the plan?
That was Mogra saying,
Ah,
what's the
perfect.
plan?
What's the plan?
Did Iwi come with us?
Do you want him to be there?
Yeah, figured he would have
Okay.
came with us since it's the
Then
last day.
then he is here. Mogra's going to chime
Yes.
in. Anvizal, you made a pretty big promise in the war room a couple days ago. You said that the Storm Crows would bring the Prince of Darkness as a gift captured in this ring that we've provided. What's the plan?
He did say that.
Did say that. Thanks, Echo. No. Ooh. You know what? Anvazal is going to immediately turn to Mogra. Mogra, do you have the Book of Names?
Of course I do.
Oh. I need 2 minutes. 2 minutes to talk as a player to all of you.
Okay.
And then I'll bring this because I'm not just gonna throw that out there. I'm not doing it. I say we use Yui's flower as basically the big flare, like the big, like come to this spot, and we stage it, and we make the biggest goddamn summoning circle, like not summoning circle, but like a giant runic circle. We get as many people as we can doing these runes to spec, right?
Mhm.
And we use the runes of sealing. We mix the ones that we learned when we trapped the Chaos Shard, right? From the
Yeah.
previous, as well as some of the runes that he saw on the crazy statue. Evazol has the equation. He just needs to be able to basically weaken him enough. So we try and hold him off while we're getting this rune circle down. And then we have the lure in the center as well as the ring, and we channel everything into it and hope it doesn't explode. We hope we can get him weak enough to trap him, is the
Do you
plan.
want a slow
Yes.
pitch from the GM?
Yeah. Yes.
I think that you're on the right track. When you start providing this plan, you would be reminded that you picked up a book in the ancient city regarding the ancient practices of the Splinter Shaft family.
That's true.
Right.
So there's probably information in that
You know
about
what?
stealing a soul.
Actually, and Evazol's gonna fold his arms. If there's... Hold on. Give me just half a second. I know it's in here somewhere. It is Camarad, the Crimson Scourge. If my progenitor could lock away the Crimson Scourge Camarad for 5,000 years, then there's gotta be something in this damned book that'll tell me the answer. And Ev is also like turbo study mode. It's the night of the final. He's been hanging
Yeah.
out with girls. He hasn't studied. He's
Okay,
So
alright, so
just
go ahead.
out of curiosity, as a ranger, Echo's been in the woods a couple of times. He's seen a couple storms. Do you think that he would be able to tell approximately how much time they have before this thing is like in town?
Really good idea. Yes, you would. Roll me a survival check. And I'll tell you what you know based on that roll.
Okay, here's my surviving. 19.
Nice.
Alright.
This storm will be here in 3 hours.
It's not a lot of time. Okay, Echo will just be like, as he's poking his head out the door, he's like, yep, it's moving. Yep. What? Okay, yeah. We got 3 hours, everyone, until this is in town. So just we gotta keep that in mind as we prepare. Ambazal, how fast do you read?
How fast
Ed-
does he read?
Edvisel. Do you even
How
know
fast
who you're
can you
dealing with? I best as fuck boy. He puts the book open. Listen, I'm not saying I have a 12 with advantage because it has to do with runes, but
Let's go.
That's pretty great.
I would destroy this right now. Like,
So roll me a history check with advantage.
let's go.
Yes.
22.
22.
I rolled.
Nice. I was hoping for a
Lord.
natty.
Hold on, I rolled a 5 and a 10, but
He
still
was born to roll.
22.
So let's see. What's going to be a good way to give you this information? At a high level, you're reading this. This book contains. You find 2 major concepts in this book. 2 of a few others. One of them is how to get into the spirit continuum.
Ooh.
And in a way that might be able to let you out. The other one is how to tap into the spirit continuum and how to seal fissures in the spirit continuum, which is the process for beginning to energize magic items using the power. So
nice.
Basically sealing a very large rift. That's what this this sequence of actions appears to be for, that you start zeroing in on. There's several main parts. Calling of the ancestors, invoking their names, marking the splintered shaft, involves some runes, using a soul stone as a drawing device. The green stone. That's or not the green stone. I'm sorry, I'm not good with greens and yellows.
No, I know what you're saying.
And then something about channeling their own life force into the runes. And this part looks a little sketchy and risky.
Oh.
You know
it's
what?
called Sacrifice of the Self.
Oh.
channel spirit. Just looks risky. And then the fourth step is the binding of the names. So with that quick read, you have like a high level summary of like how this could work to bolster your plans. It would use the names in the book. Or at least a significant amount of them.
That would be the intent. If we get him trapped, I feel like we're gonna have what we need to tear a hole in the spirit continuum. Just rip. But we'll focus on that later. I say we use a good chunk of the names. We need this done now.
Yeah. Are there enough souls for both? Or
Both
just
what?
both processes? Like both sealing and going into it?
Don't worry. There will be enough casualties for the second one. We don't just need to rely on the book.
So
Oh,
interesting
jeez.
enough, the sequence of actions to get into the spirit continuum, it's the ritual is called Junun Se, and it was the ultimate level of honor in ancient hobgoblin society, where someone was ritualistically sent to the spirit continuum before they had died, and then their body, catatonic, was laid to rest like in a crypt. Like their soul isn't in their body anymore, so like they're gonna let their body die. You know, pull the plug essentially, like the ancient pull the plug, but sending the soul in. That doesn't require souls.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But getting in isn't the hard part. It's getting back out.
Getting out.
Alive.
Mm. Seems concerning.
So to answer your question, yes, you have enough for both.
Well,
something to also note. The act of Junun Se, the body stays behind.
Yeah. So we're gonna need somebody to protect.
heck.
Just a little foreshadowing on things to come after the Prince of Frost and Darkness.
Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs.
So you've got a playbook of something that you can do. You know that you want to summon this thing to a point and try to make that some type of way to seal it. And the question would be, do you intercept it before then and try to slow it down, or where you draw it to? Those are the things that I encourage you to think about for the next session. Well, preferably sooner than the next session, so I have an idea, right? But like, do you want to engage this thing, or do you want to let it run its course? There are pros and cons, right? Where do you want to try to use these, this ancient ritual that you found? If you want to try to use it, it looks like there are some risks.
It's fair.
And I can give you a list of what some of the risks are that you've read based on your 22. I can post them in the Rodinia chat. And then give me an idea of where it will be summoned too if you guys do plant iwi somewhere with the alpaca flower and draw them there.
Sorry, bud. For the greater good. No.
Sorry, we.
Oh goodness. I'm just a lonely fisherman. All right, so yeah, that's gonna be wild. I will want to know the risks. I'm also. How wild would it be? Envizal just sends his incorporeal body out to. There's 4 of us. Listen, all I'm saying, we send our spirits out to power the mech. Each of us gets a limb, and we just walk it into the spirit continuum. All Power Rangers style.
Kind of hoping you do.
I kind of want
some
to.
mechanics for it.
All I'm saying is, I want us to physically go comatose, and then just like, Calcut would be the 5th, she would be the heart of the mech.
Transformers.
Listen, all of us need to Power Rangers this freaking mech into the spirit continuum together, and then just go beat the shit out of Chaos and
And the
then
Raven Queen.
Raven Queen, thank you! Turns around like...
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I'm making that a thing, because Envizal's been studying.
So, let's talk about the risks and the time investment in this strategy if you choose to pursue it.
Please.
There would need to be about 4 turns of her needing to activate this process while the thing's close.
Oh, okay.
Like, it's not... that's accounting for all the stuff that can be done before.
No, I get you. So each step is going to take 4 turns while it's close, and they're going to have to hold it off for each step.
Yep. 1
That's
round of
spicy.
concentration and 3 consecutive checks that need to be passed. So,
Fine.
And then the risky part, you guys will have to keep her alive to get through the risky part. That's if you choose to pursue that way. That could effectively dispel the storm.
Okay.
Closing off the breach that seems to be hovering over this supercell.
Right. It's risky.
I have never seen a better use for inspiration points, is all I'm saying. No?
It's risky, but it feels necessary.
I wanna go for it. I wanna
There
take...
are multiple ways to take this guy on. You have use of all the assets except for the Priarch's 2000. They are not here yet. You guys are in a position where you could say, let's send all of our forces against the Prince of Frost and Darkness. That's on the table. There's a lot of different outcomes, including some that you guys have some stake in, related to how you guys said you would do this. And different options have different percentages of success and different chances of failure. You could send... just not every action has a clean win, right? So just think about how you guys want to handle that. But like, you know how I was like toying with the idea of like doing like an NPC limit restriction? I'm not really imposing that. There's a lot of ways that you could fight this guy. There's some ways that you've promised to fight this guy. Just know that whoever you take with you, those are risks. And the risks are getting complicated too with some of the personalities of late. but I'm interested to see what you guys end up settling on because this is totally your fight. My only homework I'll give to you guys, I know that we all are very busy, right? We usually don't do much in the game outside of the game. I strongly encourage you guys to think about how you guys want to approach this, who you'll use, what you'll use, when, and then we'll see what happens. Deal?
Deal.
Hell yeah.
All right.
Boy, oh boy.
Cool. Well, I was TwoHands. Who was I playing with today?
Hello, everyone. I go by Aludriea Luna. I was playing Anvizol. Just Anvizol. He's ready.
Anvizol. He needs no
Just
introductions.
Anvizol.
He's
Just
the natty
Anvizol.
daddy.
He's the natty tank top in tow.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
You'll
Like
learn
to
how
imagine
tank
Trace
top.
is like, is that my tank top? No.
I think it is.
Incredible. This was a lot of fun. Thank you so much for tuning in. And thank you, GM, for hosting.
Word.
Mhm.
I do that sometimes.
I'm Joe, and I played Bloody Krios. Thank you for watching.
I'm Sharkbait, and I played Echo, the very concerned and re-traumatized Feyblood Ranger. Yay!
Yeah, just when you thought things couldn't get worse.
They did.
Oh,
Yay.
all right. Let's kill the stream. Bye.
Nice.